Hello, hello, and welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Planetary Pioneers, here today on the weird old strange planet of Igrys, and someone's put me on a roundabout, just because of course they have. It's probably Sophia, because he's now running around looking guilty. So yes, we're along with Sophia, Tristan, Mark, and not Mike today, because he has escaped. We'll see if we can find him for next week, but for now it's going to be a little bit quieter than normal, and there's going to be slightly less sarcasm, only slightly. So, right... What are we doing on Igrys apart from getting very, very dizzy over here? Well, in the last stream, we got the science packs up and running, and we've got all the resources being made. However, some of them are not being made in sufficient quantities, so there's a little bit of poking and prodding needed around here. So we're going to work on that. We're going to have a bit of a disco over here, apparently, and with the disco machines over here. And then we'll see, because the first thing is basically to get Igrys up and running to the speed and functionality we'd like to get it going to, and then maybe go and poke around on some of the other planets as well. But we'll see how far we get with that. So hello, everyone. Hello, Regular. Hello, Nogard. Hello, Riddler. Hello, Quagor. Welcome, one and all. And, right, let's draw smiley faces with belts. Sure, why not? So, what are the immediate problems? I should know this because I made a video about this earlier today. Tristan's pinging things. Yes. Sophia, you need to sort that out.
Sorry, what?
Your sulfuric acid has turned into steel, and that's not what we want.
So, because it takes 5 inputs, if there's only 3 in there and the machines stop because there's enough sulfuric acid, those 3 will spoil into steel, or 4 in this case, and so the whole thing will jam up.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, okay, let's do this from the get-go. Yeah, what? Sorry, what?
Yes, that machine, those machines there shouldn't have steel in them. You need a way to dispose of the steel if there is an unfortunateness.
Or you change one of the machines to only run if there is non-modulo 5 amount of steel in amount of Cermet in the sulfuric acid machine. So if the bottom one is running
it could work
when it's told to because of the amount of sulfuric acid, the top one runs if it's needing to top it up to make the machine run one more time.
But why would this have broken? Because I have it on...
Because it takes 5 inputs. And so if there's 4 in there...
And then it stopped. It stopped after putting some Cermet into the sulfuric acid maker, and then went, "Oh, there's enough in the tank. We'll stop now." Yeah. Right. So that's one problem we spotted. The next one is that over here, well, we've got this lovely system that create. Once again, it's the Cermet that's causing all of our problems. So we're making Cermet here, which has a relatively short spoil time of a mere 2 minutes. That's not too bad. And then over here, we're making raw Cermite, which has a spoil time of 5 hours, and we are not prepared to sit around for 5 hours waiting for Cermite to come out the other side. So Mark has set up an elegant system here that stockpiles a little bit of Cermet in here for a certain amount of time, until this timer gets up to a little bit less than 2 minutes. Then it chucks it into this machine, which makes it into very nearly spoiled Cermite, and then that can be unloaded. So that works really, really nicely. The problem is, it's too slow. This many machines is not producing enough Cermite to keep the rest of the factory happy. Now, we could reckon on just leaving it for a few hours to build up a stockpile, but at that point we might as well just do it the dirty way and just fill up chests with it and let it expire over the 5 hours in chests, or a different dirty way instead. But we need more of it, because there are quite a lot of things over here that require those Cermite, and they're not getting any, so some fixes are needed there. The next thing, and the next thing, as you'll see here, we don't have enough magic glass coming through. Hello, Hohenheim, welcome. And that's being made over here from a steady stream of 4 blue belts of stone coming in, and those are all getting completely eaten up by it, I think. They look slightly... That's weird. They can't be gappy, because over here, all of these belts are bunched up, so we've got full flows coming through here. So these must be full belts. It must just be a sort of an optical wasp name. So we've got 4 full belts of stone coming in here, coming out here. And then, yeah, these are not full belts, are they? Yeah, because some extra flowed in there without these getting interrupted. I don't think we're getting full throughput here. I'm going to rip out this splitter, this balancer, because I don't think we need a balancer in there, because we've got a balancer back at the beginning of this belt, then we've got 4 belts coming in here. We've got
3 to 4.
Oh, it's a 3 to 4, that's why. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
The expectation
Numbers are hard.
from my maths was that you would be taking 3 belts in. So
Yeah, I
in
am
theory,
taking
that
3
should
belts
be
in.
producing enough.
It is producing. It is producing the amount that it is producing. It is bringing 3 belts in. Yes, thank you, Wrigley. Yes, you're right. I apparently am incapable of counting to 3 for some reason. So yeah, that's well done there. And actually, this stone is sometimes getting nearly all the way. In fact, yeah, looking over here, all of these machines are running. Most of the machines are running at least some of the time. So I was suggesting I was suggesting between streams that we should be filling these up with productivity modules, so we'll just get more glass coming out per machine, or per stone that goes in. But the problem is that would slow them down, and it would increase the amount of power we're using. We could compensate for that by putting in more machines or speed beacons or something like that. But Tristan's pointed out that we actually have quite a lot of glass productivity researchers available. So okay, they're expensive. This takes 1,500 of these science packs. But that would give us an extra 10% boost on the productivity. So my answer to that was, why not both? At the moment, how much power do we have? At the moment, we have a shortage of power because because we're discharging because we're recharging the accumulators after the night.
We have just about enough power. We've got a bit of spare, but not a lot.
There's a bit of spare, but filling these up with productivity modules and then doubling it would be quite a big drain on the power. But we can always put in more solar panels. We've got plenty of space, so that is certainly a possibility. However, this is Tristan's planet, so I should leave the decision up to him, really, rather than just being loud and opinionated all over the top of everything.
So the 3 belts in theory, is enough for the science rate we were aiming for, and we have now increased that by using the better labs, which I didn't account for.
Okay, so it's the problem is that we're producing science too fast, in inverted commas, especially as we get the productivity of the labs.
Yeah, so I think once things, the buffers all fill up, it'll be fine. And okay, yeah, maybe it'll struggle a bit each time there's a spaceship leaving.
But there'll be a load buffered on the belts and in the machines and stuff then, so it'll probably be okay. Did that take into account all of the magic glass that's pouring into green circuit production for the other science? Well, no, you mentioned science packs, but also for the rocket production.
For all the science packs, yes. I can't remember if I included the rockets
and the rich tesseracts as well.
The rich tesseracts, yes. The rich ones,
because those are going in. Those I suspect are going to go into some of the advanced machinery we're going to be making. We also need to put in some machines that are plumbed in properly for making the science enhancer machines. At the moment, we're doing that through bot at the moment. I suppose that's kind of okay, but we're going to want to be able to ship them out by rocket at some point.
Yes, that's all set up.
There's a chest in
here. We're using labs that are brought from Norvis by priority. Although I've just set it making local.
Oh, I see. Well. Yeah. I've forgotten they took labs.
That uses iron, so
yeah. So either we drop it from space, or we make them make them on Norvis. Either way, we're dropping something from space.
Yeah. So we're doing both.
Right. Okay. And yes, we've got a rocket over here. I'm entertained that these science enhancer machines weigh 10 kilos each. That is remarkably light. And makes me think that somebody made a mistake when they set up the what's name.
Yeah, you fit more science enhancer machines than labs in a rocket, and a science enhancer machine takes 2 labs to make.
Yeah, I mean, you might be throwing away some of the parts that you don't need, like I don't know, lots of the windows or something.
The entire lab.
Yeah, but it does seem a bit ridiculous that any building could be right down at 10 kilos. But never mind. All right, and so we've had some chat. Let's see. I think the point is, Nogard, you're not supposed to wait for the 5 hours. Is deliberately set up to be completely obnoxious and not something you would actually wait for. the 5 hours, you are supposed to come up with some sort of clever system to try and dodge your way around it, like we've done here, where the stuff, where you let your stuff decay, where you let the Surmet decay for a minute and a half, or a minute and 55 seconds, or 59 seconds, ideally, if you can do it quickly enough. So you're supposed. It's not supposed. You're not supposed to wait for 5 hours. You're supposed to go, 5 hours. That's clearly the game's way of saying don't do that, and then going off and doing it in a different way. It would probably, if it wouldn't have broken everything, or wouldn't have made it too hard to balance the other things, they might have been tempted to make it 10 hours or 20 hours. But at that point, you'd end up with waiting for quite a lot of minutes on the other side, unless you cut it very, very fine, which would be very hard to do. So. I think so. I think there's a deliberate. You're expected to do most of your decaying or most of your spoiling in the Surmet stage rather than the Surmite stage. And yes, you could just fill up a bajillion boxes with. Oh, we've run out of power. Yes, you're right, Tristan. We don't have quite enough power.
Yeah, that's going to be the reason for the steel issue in my build. The no power during night. Because the timer won't run then.
And will the timer reset itself as well?
I know, it just continues.
No, just stops.
So basically you're missing the few seconds where we are blacked out.
Why did we brown out tonight and we haven't any of the previous ones? Did anyone add anything?
I added like 2 more rows here, but they aren't really running yet.
And that shouldn't be an enormous amount of power, because it's a lot of machines that are basically not doing anything. Because they don't have any.
So I was reducing the power draw.
Right. Mr. Spaghetti says, watching previous episodes up to around episode 8, is the mod more or less difficult than expected? I think it's on about the right sort of level, about the sort of level I was expecting. There are a few things that have surprised us, like the effect of Lignumis meaning we have to now make wooden belts on every single planet we go to, I think we sort of technically knew that, but the sheer scale of it caught me a little bit by surprise. I don't think there's been anything that's been ludicrously difficult yet. What I have been quite impressed with is that all of the planets have felt quite different so far. They've all introduced their own slightly weird mechanic. So Lignumis had, for example, it has noise pollution instead of regular pollution, and so you can block that with big thick walls, and you can block it with and there are noise cancellation towers and so on. And it means that your pollution doesn't drift out in quite the same way it does with regular pollution, and you've got the whole very, very woody aspect going on over here, where you start off with everything being a sort of a burner stage and growing things on here. So that's different and nice and interesting, and there's some new mechanics to play with there. Norvis was more or less as we'd expect, although with a few little twists for the because of the extra mods and things, but mostly the same. Maluna has been different because it's kind of like doing the normal space-based stuff with asteroid chunks and crushing them, but on its own planet, and then going off and with other sort of shenaniganery around it. And then we had the whole adventure with the wood systems over here, as you'll be well aware of. Maluna has been an expansion of what you would normally start off by doing in space. Vulcanus has been pretty much vanilla, except that we built on a rather different scale and a rather different style to the way I did when I played it on my own. And that's another thing that's quite interesting, is because there's 5 of us and we're leading different planets, you get quite a lot of different build styles coming through. So I tend to build very much on with a main bus system. Okay, this one's an east to west, which is a little bit weird, but still it works. Mark has gone for a gigantic city block design. Sophia has gone for all of the spaghetti all of the time. I think Tristan's build style is fairly similar to mine, but with slightly more bots and a little bit more planning of numbers initially, rather than just going, let's try and fill all of these belts up and then work. And if there's not enough, then we'll try and put some more on later. We've had some slightly different styles going on through here, which also makes things quite interesting. Oh yeah, and then Igrys has all kinds of other weird mechanics as well, like producing copper out of nowhere, but only at night, and then there's a whole sort of magic tesseract thing going on over here, which is it's following the basic Factorio mechanics, granted, but it's giving it a slightly different twist on it and different thoughts and things, and then a new twist on the spoilage mechanic over here, where you want things to spoil, but only up to a certain point. So the Surmet over here, where we're making where we're functionally making steel, we want the cermet to spoil as quickly as possible, pretty much. And I suppose that was a bit of lag. We've kind of got that with.
Yep, sorry.
Okay, it was Mark. I thought it might have been. So we've had that a little bit with the hot metals mod on a lot of the other planets, where when metals come out of a furnace, they need time to cool. So you want stuff to decay. You want stuff to spoil. But this is another place where that's come in. And then over here with the cermet to cermite that I was talking about, we want it to spoil, but only to a certain point before we do the next step, and that's been weird and interesting and different as well. So yeah, there's a lot of different variety in here, and I have to commend the mod authors on making lots of different making all the planets feel different so far. We've got quite a lot of planets left to go. Hopefully, this will carry on all the way through, but so far they've all felt nice and different, which I quite like. Hello, Inks. Welcome. Yes, we can indeed use these. I'm virtually certain we can use these fancy machines. Let's do a quick check, because I know I was wondering about this recently. If I put one of these down, what can we make in here? So we can make automation sign. We can make green. We can make grey. We can make blue. We can make purple. We can make yellow.
Blueprint.
Can't make. We could make white. Okay, yeah, go ahead. We could make white on this planet. We could make white in this machine, but not on this planet. So that is allowed. We can even make. We can even make the metallurgic ones. That's interesting. I was expecting us not to be able to, because they felt very foundry related. However, since a foundry automatically gets a 50% productivity boost anyway for free, there's probably no point in doing that in one of these machines, because this would require us to pump in the magic glass the magic fluid as well. So if we have a look in Factorio,
would you like to upgrade the purple science machines to use the new science enhancer machines?
Sure.
They don't need anything like as many.
That's weird.
Where are they?
So that shows metallurgic science pack. That is the Vulcanus one, isn't it? So if I take one of these and put it down on Vulcanus.
Yep.
The missing decider combinators and pipes for my build expansion, will they be made automatically or brought here automatically, or do I have to do something?
No, they'll need a machine making them or handcraft them.
I think there's a machine that makes them. It just doesn't have any iron on this planet. I did set up a thing to automatically bring over a load of underground pipes, though, so it might be easier just to add that and bring them from Norvis.
So, the issue with bringing them from Norvis is it will claim an entire slot or two in the spaceship, and we're kind of limited on that because we're transporting stuff both ways now.
Right, okay. Yeah, because you want it as a one-off. Maybe just claim some iron when it gets dropped in then.
Tristan, is it alright if I add the blue circuits to the logistics network?
They should be already. Oh. Yeah, that can be rotated and...
Yeah, I was...
we were a bit
it's
short
down
on it,
here.
which is why I turned it.
No, it's not. Yeah, so that's sort of what I was thinking, Regular. I was expecting there to be another set of all of the science pack recipes along here. Or when I click on this one and I go, okay, metallurgic science pack. Or I was expecting it to be in the alternative recipes. But it wasn't there, which made me wonder if perhaps I wasn't able to make the metallurgic science packs in this machine. However, it turns out I can, but there's nothing showing where else these can be made. Over here, we spot this one. We see the automation science pack, and there's no clue that it can be made in the there's no clue here that it can be made in the science enrichment machines. So that's a bit weird. It's like those recipes just don't exist unless they're somewhere else in the search system. So Cubic, we've got that there. Nope, it's not that one. Yeah, so no, they're nowhere else. So they apparently don't have a recipe in the Factoriopedia, but when you go to this machine, it can do it. So yeah, they're not though, because in the Factorio, this isn't the Factoriopedia. In the Factoriopedia, if I search for, let's search for enhanced. The only enhanced anything is the science enhancement machine and the bioluminescent version of it. So no, they just don't show up in the Factoriopedia. But that's kind of irrelevant. The point is that they can be made in here, but if we look at this, we see productivity of plus 150. Oh, it's plus 150%. Actually, that is more, because if we look at the machines over here, these are only plus 50%. So actually, it is worth ripping these out and replacing them. However, I still think they're fairly low on the list of things that I would like to upgrade to be using the science enhancement machines, because everything they make the science out of is actually quite cheap on this planet. And so I'd put this low on the list of places I want to send the magic fluid over to, because I think there are other places that are going to be more valuable for it. Hello, Peter.
Iron plates will be dropped from space, right?
Yep.
Innocent Tomato says it's fine to use the wait for 5 hours for something to be produced because there's plenty of time. Lovely. Yeah, maybe
You just put the iron pipe machine in, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, there used to be one, and I can't find it. And the same for undergrounds.
Yeah, they did. You're right. They
There is
were
a
being
search
made
function.
before over here somewhere.
It was
But
here-ish. So,
maybe it was in the way
There's
of
only
something.
one machine making pipes.
yeah.
That's strange.
Yeah, I was approaching the point of making one as well.
Yeah, it's probably you're probably right. It's we had the brownout because there were lots of bots flying around building the new area that had been produced, and that took up all the battery power, and therefore everything fell over overnight. I suspect so. I suspect you're right.
The weird thing is, if you look at the graph for power, it doesn't show we had a brownout because it's averaging over internal base and the copper machines.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. Okay. Maybe the whole lot should still be hooked up together, and we shouldn't have the switch. But then I suppose it depends what we want to run out first, because we might actually. Well, I don't know whether we're producing copper fast enough. Right, so someone was asking about solid fuel. So it was Hohenheim was saying, why not produce solid fuel and burn it to produce power? Yeah, the answer there was quite correct. There isn't a great deal of water on this planet. We have a patch of water here which has 3.6 million in it, which is a decent amount. But if we start blowing it all off as steam in trying to make power, I think we're going to burn through or steam through that quite quickly. So yeah, we don't want to do that. We did briefly investigate whether we could pump light oil into a boiler and boil that, because I'm pretty sure back in the very, very distant past, you used to be able to boil absolutely any fluid and put it into a steam engine. That is rather sensibly no longer the case. Next planet. Yes, we were. Was it Cubium? We're considering going to next.
That seems likely. I don't think we're 100% decided on it, but we're sort of 95% decided on it.
Yeah, we haven't made no final answer yet, but it seems likely that it's going to be Cubium. Does the sound mechanic mean when you open a gate, your noise pollution escapes the enclosure? Maybe, but probably not, because I suspect the gates have a static wall equivalent amount of noise they absorb. And actually, no, certainly not, because it still works using the standard pollution mechanic, where each sector, each chunk has an amount of noise in it, and then it's the walls will absorb a certain amount of pollution. So alt click. I can't remember how to open things in Factoriopedia. Yeah, a wall we will see has maybe we'll see better acoustic properties.
The Mike laid those out so that they could just fit in replacing the machines, basically.
Oh yeah, that's why. That's why there's a big gap. That's why there was long red inserters, and why the belts are so much further over to the left than the belts you put in, so you can just run the other belt straight in. Oh, thanks to the resub, Doobie.
So you could have 2 columns.
You want me to put them back?
Well, they're sort of there isn't
late now,
having
isn't it?
that far to the right.
Well, I mean, the reason is that they are producing so much that you're never gonna need 2 rows of this.
That is true. It is a standard mic overbuild.
But then having them shunted to the right seems
weird,
pointless. When maybe we only need 1 column, but keep it to the left so that we could add in a second column.
Rockets.
If
yeah. See-through
There
rocket.
is room to add a second column as well.
Yeah, but the point is, if you put these here, then all the belts line up.
Yeah, I didn't want them to.
You didn't want the belts to line up. Right.
No, because it's an ugly build with this whole underground thing here. I didn't like it. I mean, you know, if Tristan just says that I must have them there, I guess I will. But
It didn't seem logical. I'm not particularly bothered as long as it's producing them fast enough.
you decide. Do I have to have them there? Yes or no?
No, as long as it's being produced fast enough, and I'll
Okay.
assign it to you to, if it needs building up, you'll have to shunt them across.
And explain to Mike why you think he's bad, why you don't like his design. Yes, it is quite interesting how we all have our different approaches. That was a case in point over here, I guess, with that nonsense we just had. Yeah, it's. Yes, Cubium is going to be an interesting one. I don't know very much about it. I know a bit about UltraCube in that I've read the mod description. And I know that Cubium was inspired by it, but doesn't have quite the same UltraCube mechanic. So I am definitely going to be interested to see how it works. It's going to be very interesting. Quagor recommends all of us just dropping into Rubia and then just trying to do it without scouting things out. Okay, maybe we will. We'll take that on as advice. Yeah, it is nice. I think the reason we've carried on playing Factorio for so long, apart from the all of the mods for it, and of course, is that yes, as you say, it's interesting enough and deep enough and variable enough that you can do all kinds of weird things with it and approach it in lots and lots of different ways, and that keeps it interesting and exciting. Okay, I think I've now got to the point where I've finished dealing with the flurry of chat. What was I doing before all that happened? Oh yes, we were discussing what to do with the magic glass production. That means you. He's not listening to
I
me.
think I'm inclined to leave it for now. And so I've just upgraded the red science to use the
Okay,
machines, and that pipes are coming now.
So that'll reduce the amount of magic glass being used by at least a little bit. So that's going to help.
By quite a bit, I think.
Oh, is it quite a bit? Okay. Didn't realise how much went into.
It's 150% on these, so.
I suppose it's 2 magic glass per thing, so per science pack. So yeah, it's going to help a bit. Still, yeah, I have to admit, I do suspect once we get a sort of a bit of a buffer built up, we are probably going to have, once it starts being bursty rather than constant, we are probably going to have enough. But as it is, we've still got things like the science production, the science enrichment machines are pulling in. Actually, they're not pulling in any of that stuff, but they are pulling in the rich magic tesseracts, which would take quite a lot of magic glass. There's a load of blue circuits. They require blue circuits. We've got a lot flowing into making blue circuits, which we may or may not want to deliver over from Lignumus at some point.
The rich tesseracts, yeah, they do take.
Yes.
Magic glass.
And the blue circuits do in the form of green. They need to make green circuits. So, yeah. But then, yes, if we do some glass productivities, it's going to be expensive in the science packs. But hey, that's what science packs are for. So I don't think we care too much. There's some rather expensive. Yeah, there's quite. We have quite a lot of very expensive researchers queued up at the moment. So it's good. We're not going to see enormous amounts of research done this stream. I don't think. Looking at that. In fact, let's have a look at what rate are we doing research at? So doing 200 per minute, near as whatever, and it's going to be half an hour until we finish this current low density structure productivity research.
Yeah, that's a slightly higher number than I think we were aiming for.
Yeah. Does anyone mind if I nudge the glass productivity ahead of the LDS productivity? Because I think it'd be nice to see how much of a difference that makes. Nobody minds. Good.
Yeah.
Do that
Laurence,
Yeah.
in your personal sandbox, you have a design. Is it still relevant, or can we remove it because it messes up with the LTN request?
Okay, no, that can go. That looks like I was sketching together. Artillery shells. Yes, we finished that.
Okay.
Oh, you just wiped the whole thing. Okay, fair. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the next task?
I think we're basically done on this. Hang on. Let's look at the exports.
People of this
'cause
country
we've
have had enough of exports.
So we've got science enhancer machines being made.
Okay, what do they do? Those were the machines that we used to make the science packs, for example, on Norvis with the better productivity.
Yes.
Yes, they're replacement assembly machines, but they're bigger.
Yeah. Okay.
There are diagonal inserters.
Yeah.
What goes into a diagonal inserter apart from tiers?
So
Conductive
they have to be made here, or
excitement.
can we make them somewhere else?
They can be made anywhere, but they need conductive bricks and thermite.
Mm.
So making them here is
Convenient. They also need fast inserters, and fast inserters require iron to make. So do we want to drop iron in on the planet? Do we want to...
I mean, we already are, and
Yeah. So, or do we want to use the iron that we're dropping in on the planet to make the fast inserters?
I think so.
Okay.
Tristan,
Yep.
Would you like me to set that up?
so the build here on the left side, that's how I planned it, but there is definitely room to put one on the other side as well. However, I will now remove these because they're not needed.
Okay.
Was that okay?
Yeah. You're not going to get any productivity modules, by the way.
Why not?
We've got prod 1s. We don't have any prod 2s here.
Well, I requested 100 of them.
Oh, okay.
They should arrive at some point, I guess.
Where's that? Oh, that's right. we have a lot of red science machines. We're making 43 red science per second.
I may not have thought about the numbers very.
And we're using 8.
So how many? So it looks like one machine is running.
It does.
So-
Oh no, 2. No, there's some coming out of the second one as well.
Okay, let's do that, and then I'll rip up the lower machines
When they finish, yeah.
once they've churned
Really?
through.
Where's a good place for me to steal the fluids from?
Yeah, you're
Can I
up
just
there.
steal
Which
them
is
from
It's probably from the top of the red science production, I would say.
probably, or from here. This.
here? Got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So I said, did you want me to? Do you want me to put in an assembly for the diagonal inserters?
I did that when we
Oh, okay.
talking
Oh,
about
right.
it.
Ah, fair enough. Oh, you're thinking of bringing in blue inserters, are you, and making it straight from those?
Yeah, because
Okay.
they're just going to be annoying to make here. take
Yeah, it's just going to be iron and iron and iron and wood. We've got which we have, but yeah,
Wood is actually the easy part of that.
yeah. So yeah, we need wood for that one, and wood and copper for that, which is fine. Then we need iron and iron, which is awkward, and green circuits, which is fine. And then we move on to this one where we need more iron, which is annoying, and more green circuits, which is fine. So yeah, you're quite right. It would be a little bit irritating. Okay. Then what?
I'm happy to give you a double Novus.
Yeah.
Okay,
for that.
that sounds like a good idea then.
So, 3 options: smelting, Kovarex, or refinery.
I've done smelting fairly recently. Let's go for the refinery. Where's that, and what's wrong with it? Is it just it needs more, or there's a problem with it.
Yeah, so we have this system which I initially set up to be perfectly balanced between, making the plates and making the liquid. So we didn't have any excess liquid built. I asked Mike, but he just added one machine per row.
Okay, so you want a lot more?
And for the iron, that's fine, but for copper, we are really struggling with the copper liquid because we are needing it at so many places.
And there's two smelteries making the liquid iron because the steel
exactly.
one as well. Okay.
Yeah, but I think this solution with the added machines is just crooked. So I don't want to just copy paste the copper plate thing. I was thinking either have a dedicated molten copper city block, or do the same thing, but just overscale the liquid production.
Okay. Having. I feel like having one that having one that concentrates on producing molten is a good idea, and then this one can concentrate on producing plates. Although we'll try and name that out. So that would be running off. Basically, do you want it to run off the 4 input blue belts and call that the speed for it?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I'll get started on that. So I'm going to take a copy of this because this has all the stations set up that we need. I don't need the one at the bottom actually, and then I can rip out the stuff in the middle before any of it gets built and produce, and then make it just do the copper. So I could put it in. I could rotate it around like this and put it in on this section, and even though there's an oil mine here, and that'll use up this space quite neatly. So yeah, let's put that there. And then remove all of this from the all of this from the middle because I don't want it at the moment. And then we can start thinking about how much we need, what we need in order to get this to work nicely. So we're going to be bringing in the crushed copper up here. Going to be bringing in the calcite down here, and then we mix those two together in a series of. In fact, you know what? Let's do this in the Blueprint Manager for a moment. Then we mix all of that together in a series of foundries, and that will come out as molten copper, which we can feed off to everywhere else. So one of these, and you are going to make molten copper. Yep, that one. Crushed copper ore and calcite makes molten copper. Easy. And then we'll have several of these. Yeah, we're obviously going to have multiples of these, but we're going to want to fill them all up. We're going to want this to run as efficiently as possible. So do we have? We've only got productivity 2s at the moment, so put those in there. But we'd also like it to run quickly, so we'll put in some beacons as well, like this. Nope, this. Come on, this. So put in a row of beacons along. If I put in a row of, actually, I could put the beacons along the bottom here. That makes more sense. Like that. And then fill them up with speed. We don't have speed. I don't think we have speed 3s yet, so I'll just put speed 2s in though. These. Put speed 2s in all the beacons. Oh, there we go. It's just being slow. Right, there we go. Yeah, diagonal inserters I think are going to be interesting. They're going to be slightly traumatic, but they're also going to be interesting. So I'm quite looking forward to starting to think about
it's
them.
It's a ghost at the moment and about to be placed.
Right. Hooray! So that's going to do exactly what this blue inserter is doing, but from a belt all the way over here. So in this particular instance, not particularly useful. Yeah. But the concept is a good one. It's not quite full on Bob's flexible inserters where they can pick up from anywhere, pick up and put down anywhere in a 7x7 box. But it's interesting.
So that one on the output doesn't need to be in line with the machine.
Yes.
For example.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be something that's going to be useful in weird edge cases as a weird edge inserter, but we'll probably try not to use them too much. Although I am reminded a little bit of the story during Quake 3 development, where apparently they wrote the engine to allow the developers to use to create curves, And they thought, okay, we'll get an occasional curve. There'll be the odd round window or slightly rounded thing here and there. And then the map devs went in or the map designers went in and made everything weird and organic and curvy, and they had to go in and redo the engine to an extent to make it run a bit more quickly and efficiently, because they hadn't realised quite how popular that extra option was going to be. So, an entertaining story. All right, let's set this up to... Actually, I want to set this to use 12... No, 22 and a half copper ore per second, because then it'll be half a belt, and we can have half belts of copper ore and calcite feeding into here. So these are between them. Actually, no, stop it. Right, over here. Let's try that again with less fail. Let's put in an infinite power generator up here. There we go. Oh, and I need these down here. I should put these down here. Actually, this would be much more sensible. Right, so everything's working. All of that is using up the copper 134.4. So that's a little bit quicker than I was intending. Okay, 2 of these are using it up at 45. Okay, so 2. Geez, each one of these is half a blue belt on its input, pretty much. That's horrifying. In fact, if I scroll along here, you can see 20, 24, 22, 22, 24, 22. Okay. What's the best way to do this? So I think the way to do... how much the calcite they're getting through? Very little. Fine. Good. So what we'll do is we'll put the calcite in there, and then we'll put in crushed copper here and here and here and here, basically for every single one of them, because it gets through it at that sort of ridiculous rate. But that's fine. It's sort of what we're going for. That's why we have so many beacons and things around these things. So let's put the inserters in now, and then we can come back and sort out the next bit. So that go there, and the beacons don't have the range. We are going to have to put beacons above and below. It's mildly annoying, but not an actual problem. Just means if I put in multiple tiers of this, then then things will run nicely. However, if I only need 8 machines, we're not exactly going to need an additional tier of this, are we? So we can bring in the copper there, and there, and there, and there, and not there. Well, actually there, but we'll move that one out slightly. There we go. And then each of these will come from a splitter like that. And that.
Justin?
Yep.
So what rate do you want the science to be at?
So
1, 2, 3, and I need another one on the end.
What's rate calculator?
I could aim for the lowest ingredient is the productivity module 1. I could aim to make as much science as we can make productivity modules if you want to.
Except Mike has probably overbuilt that, so it's
probably going to be
probably
too
more
much
on the amount that the actual science pack making machines will drain. What's the rate calculator combo button?
Alt-X.
Alt-X, thank you.
Alright, so that, speaking of Alt-X, should take in...
so yeah, we're using
180. Pretty damn close.
Of the production science?
Yeah.
Okay.
So take that.
Then this is more than plenty.
Yeah, it's 4 times the speed.
And we're producing the rails at double the speed that we need. We're producing the what's it called? The electric furnaces at 10 times the speed or amounts, and the productivity modules at about 5 times.
This is why I suggest that the actual rate of glass production may be sufficient.
Okay. Have more jobs?
Justin, are you may want to reprioritize the stone blocks towards the Cursite or Fremite or whatever that's called, because we are running out of there.
Is there a reason we're running low? It's only on. It's mostly on one side. Is there?
Yeah.
Oh right. It's lots are going to the conductive bricks. That might be because I've just told it to build 2 more rocket silos, so it's
Okay.
put a sudden drain on.
Okay. Yeah, it's not an issue yet, but I wanted to, tell you.
Yeah.
You got more jobs for me, Tristan?
I don't think I need blue here.
No,
but
I think
whatever.
we're basically done on here. We've got.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is. Yeah.
We're not exporting the last things yet, but once those rockets are sorted, we will be or able to.
Yeah, I feel like the belts shouldn't really unbalance, but I also feel like they almost certainly will, just out of sheer bloody mindedness, basically. Right, balance the book 4 to something, 4 to 4. No, 4 to 4 straight. There we go. Oh, it's a lane balance. I don't care about lane balancing. There we go. Just it's a simple base.
Do you want to try increasing the game speed?
Oh yes.
Put you there.
Say if that's unplayable for anyone.
Not great, but I got to 0.9. Please. Yep, that's better.
There we go. Much better. Yeah, it would have. Yes, it would have been slightly off, which is mildly annoying. But yeah, it would have. Yeah, yes, basically, I agree. You are quite right. You know, I'm tempted to run this. Oh, we've got a pipe coming all the way around the side over here. All right, let's continue using this pipe since it's there, and it doesn't make any difference.
Actually, steel that was causing you to run out of stone bricks for the thermite.
Oh, I see.
Which feels slightly weird. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But it does take 1,000 steel for each rocket silo.
Right, a nice, fairly simple build. It feels very wasteful to only have used this much space in the station in the city block, but that's what we get for having all of these high-powered machines and speed beacons and so on and so on. It's all it's a little bit overkill. That's probably the best way to put it. But never mind, it'll work. So let's not complain too much. I was sort of intending to have these inserters after the belts. They're being... I know it doesn't actually matter, but it feels nicer to have them like this somehow. There we go. And conveniently, this one's now right at the end of the belt as well, which looks good too. Could fill the rest of the block with lamp parts. Yes, I suppose that is always an option. Yes, just decoration and things. I don't tend to be the most into aesthetics in this game, so, or any of the other factory type games I play. So yeah. Right. Okay. There's all the speed modules. We've got all the productivity modules, and yeah, we are not pulling it through quite as quickly as I was expecting it to. And that the belts are not basically running constantly. Is that because that's because these inserters, the green inserters, can't keep up. That's an interesting problem to have. Let's boost that a little bit then. Because I think that's the problem. Yeah, one bulk inserter is not enough, it seems. They are running absolutely flat out. In fact, we'll look at this. That's 13.85 a second, and we needed 22 a second. So, Yeah, it is in fact not fast enough, but bringing in a second one should be plenty. Or at least should be nearly plenty. Then we might get some sort of weird edge cases where because of the first one stealing it all off the belt in front of the second one, and then the second one filling its hand up, and then at some point they'll probably both swing more or less together, and some will get past. But it's pretty close. Oh, and we're missing a couple of speed modules still as well. But yeah, with a few more bulk inserters tucked in there, we should be able to run this thing at full whack. Yeah, I don't really think about the inserters as being, at least they're not my first thought, as having to worry about their speed of throughput. But yeah, with these ridiculous advanced machines that you get with Space Age, and even more so with Planetary Pioneers, you can get to the point where the inserters just straight up can't keep up. And now also this pipe has filled up because we've already filled this. No, we haven't filled the station. Is there a? Oh, there is a pump down here causing a bottleneck. The pump is the bottleneck. That's ridiculous. We don't need a pump here, because we don't have anything else using the molten copper in this area. So we just want to push it straight out of the machines into the tanks. And yeah, if one pump can't keep up, I will just get rid of it, to be honest.
The other option would be
is to put more
via a tank.
Oh, I see. You have the pump going from tank to tank.
Faster out of tanks than they do out of pipes.
Okay. I was thinking the other possibility was to have multiple pumps going into the tanks, but I think in this particular case, because there's nothing else using the molten copper, so there's nothing that's going to be pulling it back out of the tank. So we're basically using the pump as a valve rather than as a pump. So I think ripping it out and replacing it with some pipe is fine. True, quality inserters do swing faster. I don't know if we've got any quality inserters yet. Actually,
I'm using basically. You can get
trying to use them all. Yeah, I meant green ones. It's green quality. Yeah, we've got 10 fast bulk inserters, and they are yes, a bit faster. That looks like about almost a third faster. So that'd be almost enough, but not quite. So yeah, they would very nearly do. But I won't in this particular case. I have
15.65 per second.
Oh, okay. Oh, 15. No, 15 still wouldn't be enough. And I need 22. Right, there we go. So now we're going straight into the tanks down here. We're at 12,000 already. And so this should be capable of running absolutely flat out. We're getting some little pauses. The inserters and the belts are still not running flat out.
Even rares are only 17.14 from belt to chest.
Okay. Never mind. Yeah, so we're getting occasional flashing red lights along here, but basically, I mean, to be honest, I think that's probably fast enough. I guess I could put an additional machine on the end to use whatever is left over when it gets to the end. But I feel like the fact that the train has come in and the tanks are emptying. Train's filling up. The tanks are actually going down as the train fills up, which is I was almost expecting the number of machines to be able to hold the molten copper levels steady while the train filled up, but no, it couldn't quite. 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, and off it goes. And the train has left, and there's already up to almost 7,000 in each tank. What's the cutoff over here that's connected presumably to all the tanks? We're ordering another train when there is 200,000, and there's currently 137, 139. Okay, so it's not quite quick enough for a steady stream of trains to be coming to it. I think I'm going to just put another machine on the end. It's a little bit of a crappy way of fixing it, because the ratios are going to be out, but I'm not really sure why the ratios are out in the first place. Oop. Okay, put a pipe in along there, not those bits, and then put another beacon in there. There we go. Maybe it's because the ones on the end aren't running quite as fast. There's still 234 a second out of that one, and it stopped. Oh no, it stopped because I broke the pipe. That's sort of expected. So we're getting 179 input of 179. That is theoretically fast enough, but for some reason it's not quite It doesn't seem to quite be loading them up as quickly as I'm wanting it to. I also keep pressing escape at the wrong time probably because I've been playing too much Foundry and the controls are slightly different. I'm getting the usual sort of my instincts are all wrong because I've been playing lots of different games problem. I'm not building that far from the mall. This should be quicker than this. Once again, I've lost where I'm making the molten copper. There it is. I should put a tag on it. Add tag. Copper juice is that one. Molten copper. Confirm. Blot. Right. Maybe I'll spot it now. Maybe I won't. Okay, so we've got the machine on the end that is now using up anything it gets through. Now we're still going to see little bits of slowdown, like over here where we aren't actually chucking it all on quite. There's a little bit of interruption happening at the end here, but I think that's going to be quite good for nudging it in the right direction, especially once we speed this machine up with the beacons down here. I think we're going to see a decent amount of copper coming out. And look, there's a train filling up again because we have such a shortage everywhere else in the factory. Let's pull it down to 100,000, 96,000 when the train filled up. Let's see if the next one can be 4 trains long enough for stack, but probably not. Once we get onto stacking, we are probably going to find that we just can't bring the resources in fast enough using this sort of methodology. But then also, we may find that we don't need 4 solid belts. In fact, we won't need 4 solid belts coming through to get the same sort of throughput. So we might just stay with this same sort of system until we build something new, at which point we might drop down to a single belt because we don't need more. Yeah, so I like to keep my Wednesday streams as a different game to the main Factorio ones on Monday, mostly because I would get very, very confused if I tried to play 2 different games of Factorio at the same time. So, as it is, I only get slightly confused because I'm playing sometimes Factorio, sometimes Foundry. So it's much better, much less brain melting. Also, we don't seem to have any lights around these stations down here. Let's fix that. In fact, if I just put one at this end, then we've got a nice green light at this end because the station is happy, and we've got hang on, what's that light doing? It's just saying that we've got lots of input, I assume. Yes, that's saying we've got enough for a train to be coming in. Okay, so we'll just put it at the other end. That'll be fine. And then up here, I'll stick in a couple of lamps down here at the bottom just to give a little bit more illumination to the factory, so I can see what's going on. Yeah, the thing is, if we try to bring in more trains, then we need to start worrying about stackers because we don't want to try and have 2 trains trying to sit in the station at the same time, and we don't call a second one until the first one has arrived and then also departed. So at the moment we have called for another train. There's a train coming in basically as quickly as possible, and yeah, it is one of these trains, and it will arrive here sooner or later, and then we'll have some more crushed copper, and then maybe we'll be okay. So it's not that one. Might be this one. No, probably could be either of these. They're both picking up crushed copper at the moment, so it's going to be a little while till we get any more in, and that is slowing the system down a little bit. But we do have 120,000. We must have had another train come in because I'm pretty sure that goes up faster than that. If I'm not using all the space, it means the production demands aren't high. It's not quite that. It comes back to the train problem again. It's that we can't bring in resources quickly enough. So, and there isn't space for enough stations around the block. So maybe actually I should have picked one that didn't already have something on one side of it, and I could have had a second copper drop off station here. In fact, that would, in hindsight, that would probably have been sensible. But let's give it a moment or few and see if this is capable of catching up with the demands on the system. But yes, it would have been probably nicer to have a second set of these running here from an additional copper drop-off station over here. But I didn't really think my cunning plan all the way through. I should have had more productivity, more production going on in this block. But oh well, c'est la vie. And as is, we've got a green light down here again, so we are once again over 200,000. Oh, and we've caught up because this light hasn't gone yellow, so there is no LTN train on its way over here to pick up the molten copper. So that absolute frenzy of copper production that we've just been through has been enough to satisfy the rest of the factory. That's quite nice. And granted, there is also molten copper being produced up here as well. So between them, they've managed to satisfy the factory. But previously, that was not the case. So now down here, we can start trying to actually fill these tanks up. They're 60% full, 70% full. And then once that's full, okay, we've got some more copper now. Got some more crushed copper. We'll then be able to have a bit more stockpiled. So I think that's going quite nicely. I think we'll get to Gleba before 2028, probably. Each fluid wagon supports 3 pumps on the inputs. Could we? Would we be able to get another pump? I don't think we'd be able to get another pump in off the tanks. I suppose we'd do some sort of weird, because if we put pipes, if we have the pumps not feeding off if we have the pumps not feeding off tanks, then they'll run more slowly. So I'm not sure we would be able to get a third pump in all the way along here, especially because we can't build on the other side because there's important rail there. And we're not going to go around and chip holes in the city blocks because that way lies madness. Oh, and here's another train asking for some more copper. So we're getting through that at quite a rate as we've noticed. The copper cools in the fluid wagons, and we now just have really big copper ingots that we can't get out. Yeah, if there was a little bit more realism in the game, then yes, that would totally happen. Fortunately, Factorio isn't 100% realistic. Maybe there are bigger trains. Maybe we'll find some of those later on. Yes, Innocent, we are... should I call you Innocent or should I call you Tomato? I don't know. But yes, you're right. There were plans for putting elevated rails in on this city block system at some point. I think Mark has got either distracted from that or he hasn't had time to design it or something along those lines because we haven't had them yet, but I'm sure they'll come along at some point.
It's just not the need for it.
Okay, yeah, we have enough throughput at the moment, so it's not needed. Maybe at some point, but to be honest, I suspect we're going to be okay. The city block design gives you so many ways around the factory that I don't think we're going to have problems with. I think we're going to be absolutely fine with the number of trains we're likely to have here, especially if we end up with bigger trains. Okay, that's interesting. So we've got a couple of people saying that tanks don't speed up pumping, which makes sense given how 2.0 works. But somebody was saying that pipe into a tank is slower than pump. So somebody was. I think it was Tristan was suggesting when I had a pump down here, I could have put another tank in here to give it some buffer so it pumped more quickly through. But it could just be he's out of date. That is certainly.
I thought
possible.
the Factorio Friday Facts had a thing where they were saying that pumping out of tanks is faster than pumping out of pipes. But maybe that was something they were considering having and didn't in the end, or I don't know.
I don't know.
It was talked about at one point, at least.
Okay. Do we have enough trains for the molten copper production? I think so. Yes, there's an idle fluid train. There are several idle fluid trains in this depot. So yes, we do have enough trains for all the molten copper. Now we're finished with Igrys. I think we're probably this is not set in stone yet, but we're thinking that we'll probably go to cubium next. Possibly rubia, but probably or corundum, but probably cubium. Because we want to go to Castor relatively soon, because apparently if you find too many new types of guns, then going to Castor is a bit of an anticlimax because it becomes a bit too easy. So we'd like to get there at about the right sort of time in our playthrough. So yeah, probably cubium. Well, it's going to be one of these three, and probably cubium, but we haven't made an absolute final decision yet. Ooh, fireworks. Must be that time of year. Oh, pumps, trains, comms. Realistic Factorio, black hole forms from all the items in your pockets. Seems fair. Okay, I shall try and remember to call you Tomato. Yeah, that's roughly what I was thinking, HPTD. It was So okay, the having in the tanks a bit higher up, and then a sort of a network of pipes going down, and then across multiple pumps down here would be a little bit quicker. So I could put another more in here, and then run a pipe across the top. I think it's probably going to be adequate. We see that we've got. Well, the tanks are filling up quite nicely. We've got a train and a half's worth in the tanks now, and there is no train coming in. So I think things seem to be sorted at the moment. City blocks are a sort of void. Yeah, there are void storage systems supplied by trains. Yes, that makes a certain amount of sense. I think in general the entire logistics system is kind of like that, because you have your machines over here that produce stuff, and then they put it into whatever colour chests, into the yellow chests, and that's kind of like a void storage system, and then the bots will supply you from it. You just have to be in certain places to get it. But personally, I think I sort of prefer. I prefer a more belt-based system. Although for a mall, you do need to produce the things and put them into chests so that the construction bots can get them. But in general, for supplying machines, I'm not personally a fan of this. Well, I don't personally do this sort of system myself. But,
someone is dumping loads of
I
seed.
did.
Okay.
That's the one-time thing.
Doesn't make it okay.
Because that's kind of filling up the landing pad.
I mean, I extended the storage, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Oh, on Igrys.
No, Novus.
Oh, Novus. Okay.
How is it going from? How is it leaving the?
Not yet.
All right. Since we have popular
do it
demand,
manually later.
Okay.
and since these are now full, I can take this out without it being too much of a problem. Wait, what? Okay, I must press the wrong key. Oh, they're already done. Move the pipe up. Move that pipe up. Move that pipe up. Not I actually need those pipes, come to think of it, because if I just run one along here, this train's never going to get any, but maybe if we're lucky, it'll get it faster than it should. Faster than it would have otherwise. Oh, I don't have enough random bits of pipe over here for all of that to work. Oh well. But yes, in a minute or 5, this will be a better system. Come on, pipes. Okay, here they come. I think the shipyard planet is currently still Norvis. We have good quantities of launch capacity over here, and we have various bits of ship stuff being built somewhere in this tangle of excitement. There is oh jeez, that's an enormous amount of wood being passed through there to be taken away by a train. Fine. Somewhere in here there are spaceship parts being made. And then they're being taken, and they can be launched from here. And we can make ships like this one. Nobody commented on the shape of Mark's ship. Right, so this is now. Yeah, there we go. So, oh, okay, because I cancel that, undo that. Right, I found a weird limitation. If you use dolly pickers to move something into an item into where there is already a ghost of that item, the bots will come over and just sit there and be confused. So yeah, don't do that. What did I just say, Nanoblast and Regular? What did I just say? Spidertron storage. I suppose, yes, you could just store stuff in Spidertrons, I suppose. It could be worse. It could have been a Blue Origin one. Yeah, we don't like to confuse the bots because then they all then they're not available for doing other things. So there we go. Now we have 3 pumps pumping into this train, and it's filling up presumably 50% quicker than it was before. So that is it's an improvement. Glub 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 glub. Lots of lovely molten copper. Okay, I think I've now improved the molten copper as much as I'm going to improve it. So when I said, what do you want me to do, Mark? I said refineries, and you said, here, improve this copper production. And I went, oh, all right then.
Yes.
So shall I go back to my first choice? What is there? Something else? Because I think that seems
So
it's now keeping
your
up.
copper?
It is. I've lost it again. It's here.
Okay. Nice.
The limiting factor is how fast the pulverized copper can come in. In hindsight, I wish I should have put it in a block that didn't have an oil mine in it, and then I could have had 2 rows. That said, the tanks are filling up between trains now. Now it's filled up the buffers in all the stations that needed molten copper. So at the moment, it is not a problem.
Okay. I'll check. Sorry. Yes, we are indeed caught up. Nice. Yeah. Next thing for now.
Yep.
Yeah. So refinery or Covarex?
Let's go with refinery. I tend to jam Covarex up through sort of brain fail.
Okay.
What do you want doing here?
So.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Is this still that we're short of? We've got some petroleum gas, but yeah, we don't have a great deal of it.
Check what I meant by. Oh yeah. Okay. Strike Refinery set new rocket fuel system. Exactly. So where is it? Here. This is the rocket fuel system.
Okay.
And we have the issue that we weren't using the petrol at a.
So we had too much petroleum gas.
Yeah, too much petroleum gas, and
Okay.
so I switched over. So I added petroleum here.
Yeah.
To make solid fuel from petroleum, and then only use the light oil for the rocket fuel itself.
Yeah.
And this was just a very quick fix to solve the problem last stream or the stream before. And I would like to have also, you see we are still using assembler 2s here. So I would like to have a system where you are basically balancing between the light oil or the petroleum gas recipe for solid fuel. So make the rocket fuel in the most efficient way, basically.
Based on which one we've got the most of.
Yes.
Okay. Is that being fed out onto the network?
You may use the green cable on the pole network to transmit the amounts from the refinery over here.
Okay, will do. Right, so let's have a little bit of a think. So the problem here is that we have a system. The refineries are producing light oil, both light oil and petroleum gas. It's more efficient to make rocket fuel from light oil, I believe, because you lose a little bit of each stage as you go through. So we don't want to just slap in more cracking to make sure there's always enough petroleum gas. What we want to do is we want to always make it from the light oil as long as there's enough of it. So that's decently straightforward. So what I think would be quite fun to try and make is a system that will use the same machines and will switch over from one recipe to the other based on the input amounts of each one. Based on the amount of each one that is available. So presumably we'll have to purge the pipeline of So when we want to switch over from, let's say, when we want to switch from light oil over to petroleum gas, we'll have to purge all of the pipes of the light oil, then start pumping petroleum gas in and switch the recipes over. Presumably, if you change the recipe on one of these machines, any petroleum gas or whatever in it will be voided. Let's just try that. That one. Yeah, so it's just voided the petroleum gas, so that's fine. We can do.
I assume it's pushed it back into the pipe.
Okay, that's also fine. Actually, no, better than that. No, I have a better idea. I could just have. So these chemical plants have two inputs. So if I have light oil going to one input and petroleum gas going to the other, then I don't need to switch out what's in the pipes, and it'll just always work off whichever one is convenient. Right, back to the blueprint. Thank you. Actually, let's keep the power thing because I'm going to need that. Right. It's not
Saphir, so Tristan, do you have a job for Saphir?
Nope. I'm just tidying up on here, and then I'll be asking for a job as well.
Okay. So Saphir, please on Novus rework the Coverx system.
Chemical.
There isn't enough spacing to really efficiently add modules. Yeah, I don't like the rates, so it's all, was very early design.
To do that.
Right.
And
Yep.
that, and that, and give some power and see if this seems like a good idea.
So basically, if you look at the numbers on the station, we are still struggling, let's say, to keep up with the hot uranium. So we need more Coverx, basically. And with that, I would rework the whole thing.
Yeah, I'll make a new build that's proper.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, so this will tile like that, and then we'll discover that we can't reach. So that's not going to work.
Would you like me to put this build on the south side in order to not pollute to the north?
So I can't fit that in there, which is slightly annoying.
Yeah, could use one of these here. Yeah.
Cool.
So my plan there, as you probably realised, was to then use the same pipe to feed both of the machines, because this is going to also require a feed of light oil. But I'm going to have to bring that in down here, and then use inserters to get this out. Maybe I could do something with diagonal. No, I couldn't do something with diagonal inserters. That wouldn't help. But anyway, that's going to be my rocket fuel coming out. So that's fine. And then I'll need a pipe there like this with a pipe spine along here, and that'll join up to one of these. It doesn't matter which.
If we're following our rules strictly, you're not allowed to use them until we've been to another planet.
True. No, I can't fit a long inserter in. Because, well, not if I want to put the machines right next to each other. So with this design, I can then put this in. Oh, hang on, I can't do that anyway. Bother. Yeah. So this needs 4. I'd forgotten this needs 4 across. Yes, you're quite right. I probably can do what I was originally thinking. So yeah, my plan was to have them pressed right up against each other. But in a way, actually, maybe it's more satisfying to do that, and if I put that there. It still won't fit though, because that inserter isn't going to be able to reach this this assembler. And if I move this across to where it can, and I could go up to there, I suppose, and do that. But at this point, it's starting to get kind of ugly. And other similar type noises. In a way, it's pleasing to have them fed by the same pipeline. Oh, alternatively, what if I just run this pipe along here and don't bother with these undergrounds then? That kind of works. Yeah, that's better. I feel like there's some wasted space at this point, but it's not too much wasted space. So I think I'm okay with that.
After a copper plate productivity now.
Hooray!
So
After
the
I did all
machines
that,
you just made will be
were slightly less
more
necessary.
productive.
No, they won't, because they're all molten. They're all just making molten, not making plates.
Oh,
And
right.
Output belt up here.
Wherever they're going, then, Will.
Wherever they go to, yes. That can drop onto the near side. So there we go. So there with that set up, that is somewhat better. And let's move these across to the middle because it sort of is more aesthetic. And also want to remove this bit from the bottom because that's plus. There we go. Remove that from there. So I'm then also going to want to beacon these as well. And one of the things I was sort of hoping to do is get the beacons in the middle. But that's clearly not going to happen. So I think it's going to be a row of beacons along the bottom and a row of beacons along the top, and then probably multiple rows of these setups. So we'll have some of that, and then we go in with the modules as we did before. Bip, 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 bip. And actually, I haven't even thought about the ratios here. I should do that. So here we are going to be producing 0.82 per second. Here we're going to... Now, can we power this so we can see the actual numbers? Not... Yeah, like that. There we go. Everything's powered. So now we're producing 2.32 per second and we're using 1.5. So these chemical plants are actually somewhat underutilized. They're getting sped up by... They're getting doubled in speed. 2.32 and 1.5. If I could get these to be a little bit faster, then I could get... Then I could run a second set of machines off them on the bottom. Or alternatively, actually, I could just remove those. Now these are at 0.82 and these are at 1. No, that was too much. I still need to have some bacons, but maybe not quite as many. Put one there, one there. If I give each one only one bacon, then we're still making 2.32. Okay. And we're using 1.5. Maybe I just say I don't care about it being slightly out of ratio. The neatness of the build, having it like this, is more important to me. And we'll feed the power through over here somewhere. Probably not there, actually, because I'm going to need to run the pipes in. Okay, so there we go. That's the basic production system. We've got the two inputs here. And then they're going to pass through. This is light oil. We've got the petroleum gas coming in here. So then we just need some logic that says look at the input signal and then tell these machines what to do. So that should be quite easy. The trivial way to do it, and in fact I think the trivial way is the correct way, is just put in a decider combinator that says if, and I'm going to need two of them actually. That says if
Yes.
light oil is greater than...
Quick question. How much do we reckon a provider station or a requester station can provide to the build? How many bells did we say is reasonable to expect from one station?
A bit more than two full... No, a bit less than two full blue belts, I think, per wagon.
Per wagon. Are you sure?
I believe so, but yeah, let me check.
Less than
on the...
to put that one. Beep beep boop. Right, and yeah, same.
Oh, yeah, per station. Yeah, you're right.
A bit more than two full blue belts per station.
Yeah.
Okay.
So less than 4, but more than 2.
Yep.
Set recipe.
Cool.
Right, there we go. So that's going to be as discussed. We're going to bring in the signal on the green cable from the outside world somewhere, and then we're going to set these to run at an appropriate speed based on the green signal that we're getting. Then we'll run on an appropriate recipe based on what's coming in on the green signal. So if we're seeing more light oil, then we'll do the light oil recipe. If we're seeing more petroleum gas, then we'll do the petroleum gas recipe. That feels a little bit overly simplistic. Do we want to do the light oil? Would you prefer... I could say light oil recipe if light oil is greater than petroleum gas and light oil is greater than 10,000 or something like that, or 100,000. Or I could just say whichever we've got more of.
I'd say go for the more efficient one unless we don't have...
Unless we don't have...
Yeah.
I'm waiting for a noun. Could I buy a noun, please?
So go for the more... So go for light oil unless we... Yeah, maybe it's just more than the other.
I thought I felt that was the simplest way to do it. However, to make sure that one is encouraged as wherever possible, should we stick an extra tank on the light oil side of the in the light oil station up by the refinery? Because then if we just have loads of everything, it'll go off that one. Especially as I got my less than. Actually, let's swap these less than or equal to, and so that'd be the less than, and that can be a greater than or equal to. So if they are both if they are hypothetically both full, then we'll do the light oil recipe. And as if by magic, I haven't put in all the green cables. That's a fairly traditional mistake to make when copy pasting. Come on, there we go. Right. So what speed is this producing at? Is my next question. You are going to be making 2.8 per second. That's pretty slow. I was hoping for something a little bit faster than that, but okay. Oh, actually, is this... No, give me my blueprint back.
If you remember, we have the belt counter mod if you want to benchmark that.
232 and...
No, it's fine.
It's still, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, true. It should. Yeah, you're right. It should be a threshold switch. You're quite right. And in theory, it shouldn't ever rapidly switch back and forth because we're not going to be reading off the drop-off tanks here. We're only going to be reading off the ones way over in the refinery. So the switches will be theoretically relatively rare. But no, you're quite right. We could see some weird stuff happening there. So yes, I will fix that in a moment. You make an excellent point. What are we making here? So we're making 2.8. So I probably want out of 12 machines. What would 10 machines be producing? 10 machines would be producing about almost. Yeah, okay. So if we had about 100 machines, that'd be slightly more than a blue belt. So let's do some more copying. No, it wouldn't. 200 machines would be slightly more than a blue belt. Crikey. This is going to be a large build. Okay, so if we take this, and where does it tessellate with nicely? Not there. There. Okay, so we'll put a load more in like that. I should have kept a city block to hand so I could check for scale.
They're in the blueprint book.
That's true. City block book. City block. New city block. Sure, why not? Nope. I meant to left click that. Meh. Okay, we'll put it up there. And then we'll cut this and put it in a more sensible place. So take that. Will you fit in a city block? Kind of. Okay. Well, we'll put you there. And then we'll delete the stuff on the end here. That's sort of a bit too much. Like that. And that. I'm not worrying about the stations because we kind of already have those. Are you wanting me to make this as a new city block, Mark, or repurpose the old one?
You can repurpose the old one as long as you don't have a too long interruption in the production.
Right. Okay. I mean, it'd be
otherwise copy and delete the other one.
Yeah. It would be, yes, it'd be a copy and delete and paste. I'd have the new design immediately ready. My question here is, can I get these in and use the same bacons? I think the answer is yes, but I think also I need to copy it without the bacons. So I have to take that much, and then put that in. Yes, that lines up. Dweep, like so. Then yes, those beacons are going to affect the machines above and below. Great. And these ones are going to affect those. That's fine. I'm not actually going to be able to get another one in underneath here, but let's see how fast we're going now. So this area is producing. Dun dun dun. We're not producing. How can we not be producing enough rocket fuel? Solid fuel. Has something gone weird with the... We've got the beacons affecting everything. That's weird. So each of these produces 2.66 per second. Each of these uses somehow 2.66 per second and 2 per second. Why are these 2.32 and 1.79? Because it's slightly further away, fewer beacons. They're all doing direct insertion. How can the number... Oh, because the green cable isn't coming in down here. That's how. Sorry to everyone in chat who was probably shouting that at me. Yes, I only had half the solid fuel production I was expecting. Right, there we go. Now we've got an excess of 35. Fine. We're making 11 per second. So in theory, if I want to fill up a belt, I need 4 of these. Now, I don't think that's going to fit in here. So we won't be doing that. But if I remove these and then put in medium pylons all the way up the middle, because there's room for those, like this. And then, okay, we need to connect them up to there as well. There we go. Now I can put in another copy of this underneath, and we'll get a decent speed out of it at least, which is the most we can hope for. So I take all of that, flip it vertically, put it in there because we're using the same beacons. And you know what? If I remove this, there might actually be room for a third one. Yeah, I reckon I could get that in there. It's pushing outside the... Well, it's not really, actually. I could get... Yeah, let's put in a third one. So we'll remove that. And then paste in that... No, I'm going to need to do the pyloning way instead. So we'll take all of that and put it in... There. Angry Ghost into place. And I think that should now be complete. Okay, we've got some power problems, but that's fine. I can fix that with a couple of pylons down here like that. And oh, that's it. I need to hook connect all the belts together, of course, but once again, that's not a problem. So that runs down to here and in there. That runs across here and then back along there. This is pointing in the opposite direction just because of the way I copy and paste it, but I wasn't too worried about that at the time. Just then go in there, la 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 la, out the end of here. I think I seem to put in an extra beacon, but never mind. All the way along here, down to here, and across there. Right, so that's going to be my my rocket fuel coming out. The fluids going in. Now, actually, let's go and have a quick look at the... Can I go back and have a look at Norvis, please? Right. So yeah, these tanks are actually outside the concrete area on all sides, so that's good. The solid fuel... Oh, there's some solid fuel in that rocket fuel box. That's not supposed to happen. Actually, let's just tidy that up now. So get rid of that. And that. And I don't know where these came from. It's probably while some sort of building work was being done at some point in the past. So get rid of all of that. Rocket fuel that can be taken away. So we still want to bring in the light oil and the petroleum gas. We'll feed them in. So this is coming together quite nicely. We've got I need to link together all the appropriate pipes. So this is a this is a light oil pipe, so that comes down to here. And to here. And to here. Yes, that one. And to here. And it's also going to be the one that goes off at the top, I believe, from what I've seen of the other of the other build we've got at the moment. So that's fine. And then similarly with the pet gas, that can come out to here, and then we go down, oh no, to here. Normal pipe. Oop, no, it's a pipe. There we go, pipe. Underground down to here, and link in like that. Down to, ooh, this one is just straight coming out there at that point, so that's fine. That's really easy. This goes down to about here, and we need to link them all together. That's fine. Down to here, and yep, that can just link straight in. And then from here, that's it. No, putting some of that. There we go. That's that one linked in. That one linked up. That one linked up. That one, and that one's already done. That was already done. Right, so there we go. That's the petroleum gas and the light oil being brought in. So now the only thing remaining is going to be the hardest part, which is trying to remember how to do machines that change their mind when things become different by more than certain amounts. So,
you built that in the...
you did, didn't you?
In the module city. Didn't you?
Yes, yes, it was. Yes, you're right. I did. How did I do it? Let's go and find it and investigate. Here we go, down here. So, okay, so we're saying, oh, I remember. Yes, this is quite nice. So we see, yeah. So if we have a shortage of, yeah, if we have a shortage of the thing. Or if we have a big major shortage of the thing, or we have a slight shortage of the thing and a tick, then we output a tick and the thing. Okay, how are we going to make that work with this system? So over here we say if we have the beginning again. Yeah, this is funny because we're doing we're comparing it to petroleum gas here. So I almost need to subtract. I need to have multiple numbers coming in here. So let me try and think this one through. So this is going to be the equivalent of the. This is going to be the point. If light oil is less than petroleum gas, we want it to start producing it with light oil, and then only stop producing it with light oil if it gets down to a certain point. So we say, so let's put in an arithmetic combinator on the input of here that gives us petroleum gas minus 2000 and outputs that as a P signal for reduced amounts of petroleum gas. Then we feed that into here, and then that into, let's use a red cable for this because internal weirdness, and also a red cable here. So we do that, and then or if we see if we see light oil, if we carried on using light oil. No, this isn't right. The concept is right here, but I might need to fiddle with these things. So, or if light oil, if light oil is greater than the P signal, and we have a green tick coming in, then output this recipe. So what this will do on its own, this will make us produce, if light oil is greater than petroleum gas will start producing it, which means on the output we'll have a tick coming out on red and being fed back out and being fed back round to here. So at that point we'll then see the tick, and light oil is guaranteed at the very start to be greater than than petroleum gas minus 2000 because it's just switched over. So this number must be less than this one. It'll then carry on doing that until it'll then have, even if this drops a little, even if the light oil drops a bit, we'll then have light oil will be greater than the slightly lesser number, and there'll be a tick being fed back round, like that, until the petroleum gas drops to until light oil drops to more than 2000 less than petroleum gas, if that makes sense. At which point we'll stop having an output from this thing at all. So then I think this one instead will have a red cable going from here to here and no green cable on the input. And we'll say instead of this input, we'll say that if the recipe for making it from light oil equals 0, then output the petroleum gas recipe. So it's always going to be doing this is just going to be doing an inversion of that one. So from here, I think this is going to work. So from the input, we're subtracting 2000 from the petroleum gas quantity. Then we get to the we watch that, and if we've got lots of light oil, we start making it we're using the light oil recipe. If we have a shortage, if there's a bit of a gap and a shortage of light oil, then we carry on doing it until there's a major shortage of the light oil, at which point this signal disappears, and therefore the other one starts to say, okay, now make it from petroleum gas. So I think that's correct. Yes, you're right. I am completely incapable of... if I'm concentrating hard enough to actually do circuit conditions like this, then I can't read chat. I am completely incapable of it. It's not possible. Right, so let's now catch up on chat. Could still press them up together to each other doing blocks of 2. That's true. I can't scroll on my chat for some reason. I'll have to go from where I can see. Yeah, I suppose I probably could. It's now obviously... well, it's not far too late for that, actually. Yeah, all right. Let's destroy everything I've done and rebuild it from scratch because I've done all the thinking part now, so it's going to be much easier. So yes, if we come in here and we go, actually, let's remove this bit in the middle here for a second. If we move you to there, then we can link that to there, and that to there, and that to there, and then to the next one. So that can go there, there, and then put another one of these in here. That's a very good point. I should have noticed that could have been close together. Now the other question is, can I then pull them in any closer? And I think the answer is still no, because I do have to have solid pipes across here, and I have to have. Ooh, hang on. If I do that and that, and then pull these down and do that and that. No, because at this point I'm not able to get the light oil from these machines, from this quad of machines, into the next one. So I can save a space horizontally, but I can't pull them in vertically. It's a shame, but it's kind of what I was expecting when I started building it to that stage. Right, okay. Good to have checked that though, I feel. So yes, you're quite right. That is a slightly better, slightly smaller, and slightly more efficient way of doing it. So we'll you think perfect tiling down to 6? I'm not convinced I can get that. I'm not convinced I can pull these down and still have room to get the piping through. Regular says, I want to use the light oil recipe unless petroleum gas is full and light oil is empty. Yeah, maybe the number over here should be a bit bigger than 2000. I'll probably tweak that. Mirror the pipes. Yeah, so lots of people saying I should mirror the pipes. You're all absolutely right. I just got in the zone, as people have commented. So yeah, sorry about that. Yes, beacon density for the solid fuel was lower. That was fine. We had the solid fuel is a sufficiently faster recipe. Both solid fuel recipes are sufficiently faster than the rocket fuel recipe that it just means that the chem plants will be idle a little bit. But I think that's it. I'm happy with that and doing direct insertion. I think that's feels nicer. Yeah, the nearest. Yeah, I do have a. The nearest I have to an alarm system is that we get the biter alert noises, or at least things like that, if I get any donations. But if I'm being financially encouraged to not pay attention to chat, then things are just going to go horribly wrong very quickly, I suspect. So technically, I am. I do have one, but it requires actual money to be spent, so it's not very fair. Maybe I could change the noise, I suppose. Right. We don't have aluminium on Norvis, so we won't be using the Alice recipe here. I'm sort of assuming that Mike probably checked the numbers when he was doing it, but this is Mike, who knows? Yeah, it's not a complete redesign. I've solved most of the problems, so at this point it's a lot easier than an actual redesign would be. So I'm not too upset. Which if it had been a massive redesign, I might have been very tempted just to throw my toys out of the pram and go, well, yes, you're quite right, that would have been better, but screw you guys, I'm not doing it. But no, it's with the magic of copy paste, it's actually not that bad, so I'm kind of okay with it. Let's get rid of a bit of this, right, and then we can get rid of that as well. And I'm going to need an underground pipe there. What's going on here? That should be like that. There we go. I think those are all correct now. I've got these lined up correctly. Right, so the reason I put in a third one is so I don't have to go faff through and go and put in all of these cables again. I think what I'm also going to do is I'm going to remove all of these substations through the middle of there. Right, I'm going to remove all of this and all of this, like that. There we go, and just start from here. And yeah, we'll feed the power through. There's nowhere to put power down here. Maybe I am. I suppose I could put pylons in through here and every other. Why are you spaced differently? You and you should be identical. That's why it's wrong. That should be going there. And this one's the bottom line, so that should be going there. There we go. That's better. And now there's room to put that in there, and that sort of tessellates quite nicely. And I'll put that in. Yeah, I could put that in there, and that'll be sufficient. Oh, and I need pylons along the top as well, or at least I will on the next row. So we'll start as we mean to go on. Right, that is now a complete build. So if I copy from here to here, I can then paste it in there and there. We'll put in a couple like that, and then I can copy again. I can remove all of those. Let's try it again, but with less fail. Copy that to remove that one. There we go. And now I can copy all of that, and with one overlap like that. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. And the one overlap is, as I was saying, important because that's what gets me all the cables connected properly. Then I will need to copy again. So from, yes, there to there. Rotate it, spin it round, paste it in there, and then rotate it round there, rotate it round, and there. And apparently one more. Who knew? So put that there. What is my output rate with this current setup? Because I feel like I've changed the numbers around quite a bit. I also need to. I do need to link the green cables up between vertical tiers, though. That's annoying. extend it over a little bit like, there we go, right. So everything's connected. Well, I haven't connected the belts of the pipes up yet. But that's going to be the biggest thing, the biggest annoyance of redoing this, of having to reconfigure this, is redoing those things. Right, so that's 34. Is that more than before or is it less? It should be more because I've crammed more machines in. But also I've got a gap at the bottom. Is there room for another row? Which way up are we now? I've lost track. This way. Not really. I'm not happy putting that there. It protrudes a little bit too far outside the concrete square. If I push the solid fuel beacons out from the... Oh! Yeah, you're quite right. I was sort of meaning to do that, and then oh, not quite that, but something similar to that. Yes, you're spot on. I was meaning to share beacons between the rows, and then I just had a... I don't know, I just didn't. So we'll take that. We'll also take that, move it down one. Yeah, that's a really obvious thing I should have done, and I'm slightly confused that I didn't. Yeah. Thank you for pointing out the really obvious thing that I should have done differently. I'll put you in there. Right, yes, you're quite right. This is going to allow me to fit in that extra row that's going to make all the difference. So now, if I take all of that to there, spin it around, put it in there, and you know what? Let's complete this belt. So if I run that down there, and then there, should I do the pipe work as well? That'd be good, wouldn't it? So link that in there, and then this is the one that goes around the inside. So put that there, and then just run a pipe out like that.
Yes.
I'm ready for a task on Norvis, and
Okay.
I've had a thought. Do we want to... I was thinking, do we want to unbarrel the magic fluid in the spaceport? But we'd still need to send the barrels away to be launched back up into space. So
Ooh, those barrels. There are magic
Hardened
barrels.
barrels, yes, magic barrels.
Ah, good question.
Because I was thinking, hey, we've got a spare station, but
yeah, since they have to go back to the. So, do we expect to need them in any scaled build, or is it just for mall stuff?
No, it's not for mall stuff at all. It is
for
for
science.
science.
For science.
For science.
Yeah, so I think it goes into, it's like calcite basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll put it into a solids train to take it away to ideally nearby, but there isn't. Probably here actually. If we chuck in an unbarreling there.
If I got this right all the way through,
That can then transfer to a fluid train or
So we need this fluid as a fluid input for the new science.
yes. Or we put the unbarreling here in the science area and dump the barrels out into the train system.
I suppose
Do we have a new science producing machine on those already?
Yes, but we're not going to use them until we've been to another planet.
Yeah, just have a look at them.
No matter how keen we get.
That's the science enhanced machine.
Yep.
Okay. Damn. Why are they like that?
Yeah, pipes are definitely wrong. I'll go back and look at them in a minute. But for the moment, since Tristan and Mark are talking about something, I feel like I should sort of at least look at what they're try and look at what they're talking about, just in case it's relevant and useful.
I don't know where he's discovered it, but Mark has discovered that the input pipes don't line up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Put it here to have a look at it.
Yeah, and you can't flip them either, which is really annoying because the input pipes don't line up.
But also they don't pass through, so.
Yeah.
There's one input and there is one output on them, so they sort of do. The top one there is an output.
That means a science pack outputs a fluid.
Ooh.
Or could do. So they've.
Yes, you're right. Yes, once you select an option, yes, you're quite right. Can I get? I can't.
Okay. Do you know the rates we will need for science on Novus with these machines? And do you currently have the capacity to export that?
So it is being exported. It needs 2 per science pack. For green science, at least.
Something funny's happened here.
fluids.
Yeah. Okay, it needs 2 fluid per run of the machine.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Green and yellow.
Yeah. Okay.
And I assume the barrels hold 50, but I haven't actually checked.
Right, that looks right.
Oh, no, the barrels hold 10.
This
Ooh,
one has
okay,
no
normal.
power for some reason. That's weird. But okay, I can fix that.
Well, I put 10 into a barrel. I assume it takes 10 out as well.
You would hope so.
That's usually the case, but yeah, you don't like to
Yes.
assume, do you? Oh, I see.
Yeah, they only hold 10.
Oh, it's because this was a single one on the end, so it didn't get the pipe. The pipe presumably should have come in on the next bit, so it didn't.
Okay, so
there we
are
go.
you
I need
and
to fix that like that.
and you need the funny 5-hour machine recipe not for science but for the barrels, right? So it's
Correct.
not used up in the fluid
Yes.
thing.
Yeah, the barrels. Once we have enough barrels, we'll stop making them.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah. Do you have the launch capacity for that?
don't know. We'll find out.
Right. Oh yeah, and green cables. There to. With any luck, this will now reach to here. No, it won't.
Sapphire is still in call, right? Yeah. Right, yeah. I'm wondering if it's worth going to a different planet first for that.
So Laurence was commenting that Vulcanus is mostly made out of cheap stuff.
True.
Luna is mostly made out of is entirely made out of cheap stuff, and Lignumus is made out of cheap stuff.
Yeah.
Calling my stuff cheap.
Sounds like it.
Asking for trouble, that one.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah, it's purple and yellow would be good to start using it with.
I definitely
When
set
do we
these to one of
unlock,
these to be a
more
nearer side
landing pads?
insertion before, but I think I might have just built too many. I think I might have rebuilt it too many times since I did that.
I don't know what you said then, because Laurence was
yeah.
talking.
It's my
I'm
job.
just wondering when we unlock more landing pads.
Oh, no idea.
I think that was a Castra thing.
Meraxis and Castra. Meraxis is post Aquilo. Or is Aquilo tier. So, not for a while.
You'd sort of hope, I guess. There'd be a while until you start getting such powerful things. Right, there we go. With infinite inputs, I have infinite output. Hurrah! Let's let that run until it drains out a little bit.
Tristan, could you do the math for which we would need for? I mean, we are currently using like 200 signs per minute. So could you do the math? How much liquid and therefore barrels we need
You are running
per minute?
Okay.
Just to see if that's
Why are
feasible
you
at
not running?
all, basically.
Ah. Yeah, so the end ones don't get the petroleum gas fed to them because of copy-paste vagaries, and that's why I'm going in and checking these sort of things. Is there another problem machine at the top? There is. Okay, so that now looks like it's all working. We seem to be getting there's a basically full belt coming out at the end here. So I wonder what the theoretical number I'm producing here is. Have I got to the point where I'm actually producing more than a belt? No, it's still slightly less than of the 45 per second. So that's.
Mark,
I reckon this belt
Yes.
down here, the port side of it, is the speed
you
that
want
it
to
would
hop
be
over to the other
if we're
channel
getting
and
everything
discuss
through
this?
Sure.
there. Coverexing. Right, so I think that is now the important part of the build done. I don't actually need these what's names across the top. I'll leave that one in because that's where my input signal's coming from. I think that's now ready to go off into the real world. So let's take a copy of that. I don't need that extra. I do need all of this stuff though. So we'll take all of that, and we'll accept that we can't. We'll accept that we can't place an infinite power source. Yes, I'll tidy that beacon up as well afterwards. You're right. It will potentially void some oil when it switches over. Oh no, we reckon it's going to push it back out into the pipes. So what I'll do is oh, this is going to be tricky building the thing. What I want to do actually is have some extra tanks in there. So I'll put some tanks in for it to push it back into, and that will hopefully sort everything out. Right? Can we? There's a train on its way in now. It's too late. We're going to get some stuff here, but I could cut the pipe there. And actually, do I want to do that? I don't know. I sort of have, despite what I just, yes, I think I do. So we'll cut that. We'll let it use up all of the pet gas in the system here. Then we'll pull out all of the machines. Then we'll pull out the pipes. Then we'll drop in my new blueprint. So there we go. That's basically finished. So if we pull out all of the chemical plants. This. Yeah, there's no pumps in the station. So yes, the idea is that hopefully the idea is it'll push it back out into the pipe it got it from, and the station should never actually be full because LTN doesn't fill anything up. It just puts lots of stuff in it, sure, but it doesn't actually fill the stations up completely. So we should be okay there, I think. So tidy all of that up, all of that, and all of that. Then once that's done, I can then remove all of the pipes and reckon it's going to be good, as close as I'm going to get. I'm also going
to. I just did some maths and worked out that we needed 4 barrels per second, and then realised I was basing that on a science per second calculation using the science per minute value.
Oh right,
it's out by a factor of 60.
Yeah, 4 barrels a second seems like quite a lot. I think we'd maybe struggle to get that much magic out of the ground. Right, okay, that's all of that. Now I want to remove all of this. I'll leave the roboports in for the time being because those are going to be needed for removing all of the piping and everything else. And I'm going to have to try and work out how to put in the extra roboports I'm going to need once we get once I get my blueprint down. I need another bot frenzy. Okay, here comes the bot frenzy. Zoom, pop, 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 pop. It is rather dark over here. That's a good point. I didn't think about illuminating my current build. Well, I'll chuck in some. I'll chuck some lights in once I've finished it as well. Yeah, Foundry has an annoying mix between items per second and items per minute, and the belts are not a round number, are not a multiple of 60 items per minute, which means the maths is difficult. Right, we are pretty much tidied up around here, I think. So I think if I remove that and remove that, I should then be able to just go flthomp with this. Where did this go? This goes here. So if we could just have a almighty flthomp blueprint. Sorry, I should have said sooner. And then we get rid of that. And then we get rid of that because it's impossible. And we don't have the impossible power supply at the top, so that's good. Over here, right, this is light oil. So if I bring a pipe up from here, like that, and a pipe over from here, like that, we can chuck light oil into the system this way. And then this outer one is the pet gas, so I can extend that upwards a little bit like so. And then put an underground there and there. Problem is, we're going to end up with a patch in the middle that we haven't been able to build because of where the roboport positioning. So I think the answer to that is going to be to put one here. Is that going halfway across? Yeah, it is. In fact, I might even just put it here out of laziness because then it'll get power. And then on the other side, I can put one here. And I think that is going to be sufficient coverage, just. And then we bring this belt down here, across here, in here, and we upgrade that, and we reckon on that being enough. Okay, well that's going to take a couple of days to build. In the meantime, let's stick a green cable from here to... Can't reach, really? Oh, for goodness sake. Alright, let's... Nudge. Oh. Which wire is it that's the long? That's too long? Probably the copper one. So let's remove the copper cable across there. Across there even, and then we can go nudge. Okay, that's as nudge as we can nudge. Oh, it still won't reach. Fine. In that case, let's just put in. Let's not mess about. Let's use the large pylons, which I don't seem to have any of in my hotbar. Use one of these. Put it in there, and then I can run a green cable from there to there. Please don't be difficult. And then from there to there and there. And then I can just remove that. Okay. Oh, this is going to need power. Fine, put that there. That will also ensure power is fed in, because I don't think we're feeding power in from anywhere else. But, oh, and you're... Oh. So because we're not actually feeding power in, this doesn't have power. It may get... Actually, once this pylon, this mini pylon over here gets put in, I think we'll get power over here, and then we'll be able to rebuild the middle of it. Yeah, 45 rocket. It should come out at 1 blue belt of rocket fuel, which is, to be honest, is an excessive amount to be producing, but that's the amount that fits nicely into a city block. So it felt sensible to do it that way. Oh, and at the other end, I need to come over to the refinery, and I need to connect this to there. And this to there. Then on the green signal, we have all of the LTN signals as well. That was not what I was hoping for. Oh, well, that's going to short the LTN signals out. That's bad. I need to put in some diodes. Green cable. Where do you go to there? No. Right. So let's do this again, but with less fail. So I'll need to put in for arithmetic combinators over here. I keep forgetting I have to double click now.
Could you slow down the game, please?
That goes there.
Yep.
Then we link that to there and that to there, and we say we want you to do.
Yep. Thank you.
Each
4 or 5 barrels per minute
plus 0
for purple or
each.
Yellow science.
45?
4 to 5. It's 4 and a bit.
2. Okay.
And then do the same over here. Bim, bim. Actually, better idea. This only needs to be the pet gas output. So let's get rid of all those LTN signals the better way. So
Just let's
pet gas
over.
to pet gas. And then down here. Yeah, this is a sort of a confusion between playing two different games, where it's a single click in Foundry, it's a double click or a Q&E in Factorio. Yeah, but Factorio used to be a single click, but it's only when they put in the quality things they had to make it a double click, because if I select a thing, you have to have an opportunity to then select the quality like that and then tick. So yeah, Q&E is probably going to be the easier way to do it. You're probably right. But I'm not used to that because my muscle memory for many, many years of Factorio did not require that. So yeah. Could use a radar, but why would I use a radar when we've got cables running all over the factory? We don't need them. Don't need a radar. This system works fine. There we go. And also, yeah, it's sort of nice having all of the signals available in one place, and I guess we get that with the radar as well. Actually, come to think of it, but no, this is fine. TM. Okay, so we have more light oil than we have pet gas. Well, we don't have the pet gas linked on yet, so we clearly have more light oil, but that's fine. We want to be using light oil as a default anyway. So now the machines are all running merrily, and down here we have a healthy supply of rocket fuel coming out, so that's good. Is shift and scroll to change quality a mod? Yes, shift and scroll appears to be zoom in at the moment, so it's either a mod or a different configuration you've set up that I haven't. So yeah, I think for it's control scroll to change brush size. What I've got set up like that. Oh yeah, I was going to put lights in as well. We could paste over some of the ugly dirt. Yes, we've done a fair. Well, Mark does try to do as much of it as he can get away with, and he's done quite a lot. A number of the city blocks are fully concreted, at least in the middle. But whenever he does that, we all shout at him because it bogs the game UPS down rather a lot, because he places enormous blueprints, and then there's an enormous number of bots need to fly around, and everybody has a bit of a sad. So he doesn't do it too much. But this one's been nicely paved, and so is this one with the mall in it, and this one over here. So yeah, some of them have been paved. Oh, alt scroll for quality, is it? Okay, oh yeah. Yeah, so I'll have to try and get used to doing Q and E to try and select things, because it would be a lot easier. Oh, we are still missing a lot of productivity modules over here, so it's going to be a while until this actually gets finished. We seem to have had enough speed modules though, but then I guess we're only using a fraction of the number of speed modules that we are productivity modules. So there's a third of them on one of these, a quarter on one of these, and then plus a few more for the outside, admittedly. But it's still going to be a lot fewer speed modules than it is productivity modules. Still, we are, even without the productivity boost, we are producing a decent amount of the rocket fuel now, and I imagine we'll probably fairly soon fill this station up down here. Yeah, we will very, very soon fill this station up down here. So then it'll all be a bit moot until we start launching more rockets. But we're launching quite a lot of rockets at the moment, so it's good to have plenty, should we say. The lights are all fitted now, so we won't have too much of a void of darkness over here when it falls. Right. Cubium will give us more treats. Well, something to look forward to. The arithmetic combinator. Oh, right, yes. So up in the refinery, if we look at this one, on the green signal here, we've got all of the LTN signals coming in along on this green signal, as well as the signal that I actually want. So here I've said take just the light oil signal and add on 0 to it, and then feed it out on the other side. And so that means that it's only the light oil signal and also the petroleum gas signal from the other one of these that's being fed out onto the circuit network here, because I don't want the LTN signals to be fed from here round to there. I don't want the amount of light oil that's in this station to be fed round to the other station, because then we'll start getting trains coming up here looking for light oil when there isn't any, and so on. It'll just all go horribly wrong. So putting in an arithmetic combinator with a something plus 0 outputs the something means that you just isolate that signal from the signals. Can't flow back in from the rest of the network into this area. They can only flow out from here. It's like putting a pump in on the fluids. If you've got a lot of signals that you've got in there and you want to pass all of them through, you can put in an arithmetic combinator and go for and then you can go into the signals over here. You can say for each I want to add 0 and then output each, and that will mean on the output will then be exactly the same as the input, but signals won't be able to flow in the opposite direction. So if in that case, that would still pass all of the LTN signals out onto the network, which I don't want in this particular case, but in a lot of cases, like I imagine there's probably going to be something in the mall that does something like this. Yeah, here, so that's multiplying by something, but oh, here we go. Yeah, so this one is doing an everything multiplied by 1, output everything. So it is passing absolutely all of the signals through, but it's making sure that none of the signals that are on the network on the other side get passed back into it. Now, there's so many signals on here, it's kind of hard to say what's not being passed through. In fact, it looks like they're exactly the same. But in theory, that prevents signals going back through when you don't want them to, and it nicely isolates the two networks from each other. Yeah, and isn't it it's Alt D anyway to bring up a red print? So yeah, you're quite right. The one that keeps happening for me is I keep accidentally pressing Alt D instead of Alt X, and accidentally marking things for removal. Whereas Alt X is the rate calculator mod. I think that's just my hand not quite getting into the right place on the keyboard though. Of ways to send him, that was perhaps not the most exciting, but never mind. Right, and then over here I've done a rather more complicated... Oh, I should get rid of these, otherwise they'll show up on the list of things we can't build. Over here I've done something rather more complicated, which essentially means that we'll use light oil over the petroleum gas if there's enough of it, and not if there isn't. We haven't seen what happens if this gets down to sub... Well, it needs to get down to below... Yeah, 2,000 is not enough there. Let's make that 20,000. So, right. So this will say if there is more light oil than there is petroleum gas, then output solid fuel from light oil. So we'll make solid fuel from light oil. Also output a tick. Then over here, as long as that stays above more than 20,000, as long as that stays no more than 20,000 less than petroleum gas, that's a kind of horrible way of saying it, but you kind of know what I mean, and the ticks coming in, then we'll stay with this recipe. If it drops below that, then this will disappear. We'll stop getting the tick through, so then it'll wait until we get back to the top, the bigger number again. And also down here, we'll go, okay, we're not getting this recipe being shown, so we'll send out this recipe instead. So, yeah, I see no reason why this shouldn't work. I would like to see us run out of light oil so that I can see it actually take effect, but I don't think that's particularly likely. Even with the amount of rocket fuel we're churning out at the moment, we seem to have a plentiful supply of light oil. Also, I need to have some lights down the middle of here as well. Boink, 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 boink. There we go. There would be like day even in the middle of the night. Hello, Home Slice. You're welcome, Doriath. I'm always happy to explain what I've been up to. And if I can't explain it, then it means I don't understand it properly either. So I definitely need to go back and think about it harder. True, I could simulate the switchover. That's just not a bad idea. Constant combination. Yeah, just to make sure that things look like they're behaving. So if I put you there, and then feed you a red cable from there to there, and then set you to be... These are P, so negative P's. A breach of the P's. Oh, and we'll turn you off as well, so I can just turn it on easily. Alright, boink, that's there. So, we can see all the recipes along here. What is the difference at the moment between the two? It's about 50,000, okay. So if I turn this on, what are we seeing here?
Laurence?
Yes?
I'm about to paste the blueprint.
Okay, thank you for the warning. I appreciate it.
It has been done.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, at this point I was staring vaguely at the screen rather than actively trying to do things, so it was less important than sometimes, but still appreciated. Oh, I should do it on a green cable. Apparently. There we go. Look, we've switched over to... They've got purple smoke now, purple smoke, so it has switched over to the other recipe. This one has not. Oh, because it's got some solid fuel in it that it hasn't got rid of yet. Fine. Needs to get rid of its output. But that's okay. That's worked just as expected. Now if I flick this again, boink. Then all these machines have got some output in them, a load of solid fuel in them. But on here we are feeding out neither instruction. What's happened there? Oh, we are genuinely short of light oil. That's why. So, yeah, we flicked over to petroleum gas because we've run out of light oil. Because a train has picked up an enormous quantity from the station over there and brought it over here. That's what we're seeing here. We're seeing it. So there's currently a difference of like 150,000 there, 140,000. Now, petroleum gas is dropping off very, very quickly. I was gonna say I could link in this station as well, but then it would still be funny business when there's trains carrying it around. So I think this is the point where we should actually... Oh no, we should be on light... Yeah, we're on light oil again now. They're all flicking back across again. Okay. I think the system works. Certainly if we get very, very out of whack between the light oil and the petroleum gas, it will use the one that we've got more of. I'm not 100% convinced it's going to always run on light oil when we have decent amounts of it available. I think when a train goes in and pulls out... So let's think of the ideal situation. There's going to be... These are all going to be full, and then a train is going to take away 200,000 light oil. So this is going to then drop down by 200,000. So actually, the number down here, wherever it is, the number down here should probably be about 200k.
Yep.
This should
You
be
just need a bunch
200k.
of speed 3 modules.
Or just over. But the thing is then...
Yeah, let's enable this then.
That means that's now massively negative. But then that's probably a good thing, because we have quite the shortage of petroleum gas at this point. So I think that's actually good. This means this will only run when we have absolutely loads of petroleum gas. And it won't run and it will never switch over to petroleum gas if we've got a bit of a shortage of it.
So Mark,
yeah, I think this is
would you
probably
like me
right.
to try to move some live uranium over there to kick off the Covarex or something?
Yes,
Ooh,
I
Covarex.
think you can just use bots for that.
Sure.
So would you like...
However you want to do that, you don't have to be fancy about that.
Have you done anything would you like to tell us about with the Covarex system, or is it very, very Well, would you like to talk about it?
Yeah, I can talk about it. Mark asked me to basically make a new one, better, faster, stronger, and this is the one.
Both daft and punky.
Yeah, exactly. So it is limited by basically by the inputs from the stations, and the rate trains can make it here.
The amount of uranium ore that comes in, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's basically just outputting everything, and I'll try to kickstart the Covarex process now with some live uranium to...
the Covarex process appears to be running, or have you done another block? Could you ping it, please? I think I might have been looking at the wrong one.
Here.
Oh, okay, yes, this is definitely a different one. Right, okay. Yeah, I saw your cursor was over the other one, so I went and looked at it, and it was Covarexing, so I assumed... Okay, so I see you've got... is it the same sort of design? Yeah, you've got the loop back by having it output onto the belt and then input from just afterwards on the same belt, and then anything that makes it past all of that can be spat out.
And all the outputs are on the near side of the belt, so it will be prioritized to be picked up as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah, looks like standard Covarex. I mean, we've got the uranium ore coming in from 2 stations here, and then being centrifuged as hard as possible. So we've got the mostly dull uranium coming along here. Any bright is pulled out to go into the systems along the top, but can then just drop down this belt and be disposed of at the end. This all comes through here. We're trying to pick up enough to kickstart the Covarexing, and Sophia is going to bring some more over by bot to get it going. And then, yeah, there's not much else to say about it, really. We've got essentially we've got the 238 on this side of the belt and the 235 on this side of the machine. Same with basically the same with all of them, although inverted back and forth. And then the 23 any spare 238 comes out here and goes into this station. Any spare 235 comes out over here and goes into this station. As long as we have a nice steady supply of input uranium ore, then it's going to be fine. The only slight risk here is that you could if you run out if you have a shortage in the uranium ore, then you could find all of your dull uranium has gone down here into the station at the bottom, and therefore you're not able to make any more bright. But as long as you keep the uranium ore coming in, that shouldn't be a problem.
And these should be making so much of the bright one that hopefully that's not an issue. But
yeah, it should be. It should be fine. You do know you can get to construction bots to put the bright uranium directly into the centrifuges, right?
Yeah, but I saw the top ones already had some, so I was like, yeah, I'll just put it
okay.
Here.
Okay. Right. So that's our new new Covrex system. Basically the same as the previous one, but now with beacons and overclock modules to make it. Oh, you're using overclock modules and beacons. Blimey, that is all the speeds. You need to chuck some lights in the middle of the build as well, because it's got very gloomy.
I'll sort that.
No, Quago. Mark is responsible for the city block system. So Tristan was responsible for the trains back in the K2SE run through, at least largely on Norvis and in the main space station. So that meant that we wanted somebody else to do it this time, and Mark was volunteered or voluntold. I'm not sure which way around. So, yes, as so Areo, as HTPD says, I believe the machines over here, when they switch recipe, they will try and push it back into the pipes, and that there should always be some headroom available in the tanks, always, because the LTN system shouldn't fill them up completely. However, if they were completely full, then yes, I think it would void. However, they should never be completely full, so it should always be able to push it just back into the pipes, I think. The excess dull uranium, well, eventually, if we don't use it, I've lost the Covrex system again. Thank you.
There.
If we don't use it, then the station will fill up, it will back up all the way along the belts, and it'll just get used for Covrex. That said, we are using quite a lot of it for making green ammunition, and there's probably some other things that use it as well. So there are definitely uses for it. However, where is it? I might be able to remember. There it is. Right, lower middle. So there are definitely uses for it, and we'll probably get through a decent amount of it. However, if we do ever get to the point where we have too much of it, then it can just harmlessly back up along the belts. And in fact, it can harmlessly back up all the way along into here and into the centrifuges. It won't matter, because the bright uranium just goes round and round in a loop here with a little bit of extra being produced, and we're only using up the dull uranium. So it'll be absolutely fine if it jams up. There's no problems there. In fact, that's the good position to be in, because it means we've got enough of it, essentially. There is a slight risk if it's the other way round. If the bright uranium builds up and we've got too much 235, so this station fills up, then in theory it could eventually back up all the way along here, and we could then jam on and not be able to have any 238 coming out. It's relatively unlikely, because you get through so much 238. You get through quite a lot of 235, and the 238 comes out in much larger quantities. So it's fairly unlikely that we'll overflow on 235, but it is theoretically possible with this design.
I don't think there's any way you can protect from that other than having sufficient buffer.
No, I think you're right, because you do get some 235 coming out of this process. Therefore, if you haven't got anywhere for that to go, it can't go anywhere. So, yeah, you're quite right, Tristan. There is no way to prevent the system from overflowing with 235, except from go off and nuke some biters every time it happens, I guess.
One way could actually be to have a bypass, right? So between these two areas, the left and the right, have a bypass that prioritizes the bright uranium to the inner side, but also allows the bright one to go around directly to the station.
Yeah, it still has to go somewhere.
Yeah, but that way the belt in itself will be the buffer, so to speak, almost.
Yeah, and if you
yeah.
put a priority in at the other end, so saying
Exactly,
prioritize using anything comes around the bypass, yeah, you could definitely do a lot of things to alleviate it and improve your chances of not having a jam, certainly. But a jam is relatively unlikely. I think we're more likely to have too much 238 than we are to have too much 235, and having too much 238 is not a problem. So I think we're going to be okay. We're getting through quite a lot because we have a lot of nuclear power plants. He says, zooming out, trying to look. There's 3 of them over here alone, and you've seen how nuts we're going with chucking modules into machines. We're currently using 4.5 gigawatts in this factory, so we're churning through a certain amount of nuclear fuel. I think it's we're probably not going to have any difficulties with too much 235, but in theory it is a case where we could theoretically jam up on it. Yeah.
So, Laurence, you're finished with your build?
Yes, and it's still gradually getting put together because there's a shortage of productivity modules. But it is running happily. There's also seems to be we've got petroleum gas and we've got not very much light oil. Yeah, it's in the process of filling buffers. So yeah, that's done.
And why was refinery on my to-do list? Because once you build up your system with the light oil, with the rocket fuel, if you do a max rate calculator around that and see how many inputs you need, I'm assuming that the refinery isn't sufficient anymore.
Seems likely, doesn't it? We're okay. We're on light oil at the moment, and we're using 4,000, almost 4,800. That's quite a lot of light oil. Let's have a look at the refinery. Here we go. And ideally, yes, we do want to theoretically be able to carry on using the light oil. Over here, 1,100.
So one of those systems is underbuilt or overbuilt.
Yeah, we could do with another 4 of these. Okay, and probably. No, I was going to say, and without the light oil production, without the petroleum gas cracking, but actually, I think we probably do still want to crack the petroleum gas just in case, but try not to. Like only do it when the light oil tanks are complete. In fact, actually, no. What if I made one that concentrates entirely on producing light oil? Now, it's going to produce a little bit of petroleum gas as an accidental byproduct, so we'll have a station with a high priority for taking away the petroleum gas. But what if it doesn't crack light oil into petroleum gas under any circumstances and just concentrates on dumping everything into light oil? Actually, there's no point in doing that, is there? Because if it's full, you might as well make the petroleum gas. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I will remove the heavy oil output though. I think. Oh, actually, again, there's no point because it just fills up, and then there's nothing wrong with this design. It just needs more of it, which could be done through. I could redesign it with speed modules, I suppose. That's probably sensible. Okay.
Or is there? Do we know about any new refinery buildings or anything like that? So is it worth delaying that for 1 or 2 planets, or?
I am not aware of anything.
No, right?
However, here's a left field thought, which is kind of silly after I just spent all that time building that rocket fuel production facility. But what if we started shipping rocket fuel over from Igrys because it has infinite light oil?
Ooh. That's
How much is a rocket launch?
How much? Yes, a good point. How much rocket fuel goes in a rocket?
Well, no, it's how much of everything else goes in a rocket.
Yeah. I mean, the actual.
The rocket fuel is free over there.
Oh, I see what you mean. Right. Well, yes, but it depends on how much you can get in a rocket as to how much it costs to launch the rocket fuel.
Yeah.
Rocket capacity is 100, which isn't very many. So, question.
It's 5 stacks.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount because the stacks. That's because the stacks are quite small.
Yeah.
And the system I've just produced, I mean, he's massively overspec'd, of course, but Mike would be proud. But he's producing 186 a second. So what did we say? So it's producing 2 rockets worth per second if it has enough inputs. So I think it's not going to be realistic to bring that over. However, we probably don't actually need that much. My other concern would be, do we have enough crude oil production on Norvis to produce that sort of rate of rocket fuel? There's a couple of decent patches.
We have a lot of stations backed up on crude oil, at least.
Okay, so certainly in the short term we could. All right, I'll copy the station, the current refinery setup and beacon it, and then paste it back down again twice.
I'll be right back in like 5 minutes.
Okay. Right, so I want to take that. That's enough of it. Boop, and go in here. And put it down over here. Boom. Right, so you need to get beaconed. So I guess the answer is probably I can put in a row of beacons across the middle of here and across the middle of here by just shifting stuff down a little bit. That seems like the easiest way to do it. Why is the last row of oil refineries not turning on? Maybe we don't have enough crude oil in somewhere. Let's find it and have a look. Refinery. No, you're right. They're just straight up not turning on. They are not getting crude oil because there is a pipe missing. Yeah. Okay, I will tweak the design to also have the correct pipes in place as well. There we go. I've boosted oil production by 1/3. Okay, no, back in here. This is where I was trying to go. Right, so let's also fix that here, because otherwise I will not think of it later. And at least if it's done here, then it'll be done, and therefore we'll work it out as I go through and do the next stage. Okay, so yes, beacons across the middle of here, beacons across the middle of here. That will get things running faster. And then down here, I guess maybe just run beacons up the middle of here and not bother putting them across the top, because in theory we're not expecting to use these machines particularly. Although we're not going to get, we're not going to get complete beacon coverage through here because of these pipes, but we're still going to get at least a couple affecting every refinery, I think. So, what is this pipe? Oh, this is water coming in from outside. Okay, we'll get rid of this for now. And we will get rid of these as well. And actually, let's get rid of the bottom 2 rows of refineries for the moment. So lose all of that. Then cut this and line it up. So it was there before. Put it there, then we should have a room for a row of beacons going through the middle, and I think they'll still affect everything.
Mark?
Yes.
Would it be reasonable to remove the other production area?
Yeah, I disabled the off station. So once that's emptied, yeah.
Cool.
Oh, all the...
I'll pull it up.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, light oil's being passed through along here, and then I don't know where they get connected, but I'm sure they do. Petroleum gas is getting passed along here, and we've got loopbacks at the end, I expect. We'll sort those out in a minute. Okay, so that's fine. It's just the heavy oil that was being passed. You're not heavy oil. It was just the heavy oil that's being passed through like this. Now it doesn't have to be, but my concern is if what's the range on a beacon? Okay. Yeah, so I can't move them any further out, or I won't be able to cover everything with the set of beacons. But if I put the beacons in like that, we are still getting... Why are they different? Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. It's because this pipe is coming straight down here rather than being offset on the next one over, whereas this one's pipe is in the previous refinery's space. So I can put them there like that, and then I can put module, 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 module. And I think that's going to basically work. I could do a crude oil to rocket fuel only, but we're trying to be a bit more general purpose, so single purpose with our blocks on Norvis. We're trying to take the sort of the Linux approach of having machines, having systems that do one thing and do it well, as they say, rather than trying to make a thing that does all kinds of things. So, and also it's nice to have lots of trains running around. So we're going to go with that. Okay. Yes, but also no. So we're trying to have them do as fewer jumps in there as possible. Now, the question is here: do I want to put a second row of beacons up the middle of here, and then do shenanigans with the water pipes? Actually, I don't need to do huge shenanigans with the water pipes, just mild shenanigans. So that's not too bad. Or do we reckon that one row of beacons for each of the refineries is probably going to be enough? I think the thing is, if I put in the one row of beacons like this, then it's going to be fairly easy to speed these machines up, particularly these ones, up by the same amount. Although actually it'd be trivial to put more beacons in underneath those as well. So okay, I've talked myself into it. Let's then copy this. In fact, this has all of its connections it needs. These could be just completely separate. And then I could have gap, 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 put that there. Put those across there to make these run really, really quickly. And actually, I suppose there's no reason at this point not to put some across the top of here. Like that. They kind of lined up well enough.
Yes.
And then these across
Discovered
the bottom.
the issue. It's for the fluids.
There we go.
The fluid tanks hold a huge amount of magic fluid.
Yes.
So that's a lot of spaceships for one train.
Yeah.
But then that one train will last forever. Or for a long time.
Yeah.
It's going to be very bursty, essentially. But I think it's still...
I mean, yeah. We, of course, can fiddle with the provide amounts manually.
Yeah, we can have it request. It's like
Like
1K or something.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
I did
Yeah,
the same
we
with
can-
the uranium, just to provide once we have 1,000 watt, for example.
Yeah.
Now there are a lot of pipes up here that are all going to be horribly, horribly wrong. So
Yeah, I
let's
think we
play
will
with
just
infinite pipes.
adjust the numbers.
Yeah. Once it's up and running, it'll be fine requesting the full amount.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Water comes in there.
that's the benefit of the delay. It'll give it time to fill up the buffer.
Yeah.
Right, so that's water, and that one. This one is a single click, Joy. Crude oil in there, because you can't... I know why. It's because you can't have priority... you can't have qualities on fluids, but you shouldn't be a pump. Pumps are a bad idea in this system. That should just be a pipe straight out of there. So actually, those are the only two inputs, aren't they? It's water and crude oil and electricity, I guess. So we'll put some electricity in as well, like that. Boom! All those kick. Well, lots of those kick in, and we find we have massive power shortages down here because, of course, we do. Because I haven't finished that part off yet. Pylons through there. That's all powered now, but it's not passing the power down. So put that one in there. And then same problem down here with no power. Power that all across there. Is there another... Yeah, there's another pylon right above this one. Let's remove that then. What? Do you not... Wait, what? Oh. Oh, Don't make me put in another pylon. Oh, fine, I'll put another pylon here just to link these things up so they're not complaining at me. That's all fine. There's no power down here. I'm going to stick in a couple of stick in another large pylon in the... There we go. Right, so that's all now powered. Things are not working because so now I need to make sure I've got all the pipes linked up. So along here, we need a feedback loop or a pass-through loop from the light oil here to the light oil down here, like this. We've got petroleum gas already, kind of, except it misses. So it needs to come to here, like that, and that. That brings the petroleum gas down to here, where it can then be fed in there. Perfect. Perfect. With enough encouragement. And then down here, to be fed in there, like that. Good. For some reason, we've got water in the petroleum gas supply here. That's not ideal. It's just because a couple of things coincidentally ended up in the wrong place. Right, so this then needs to be moved down a bit. So have that pop up here and then feed in there. So that's that water supply. So that should now work. We need crude oil to be coming in here as well. Apparently that happens over on the other side, just to be different. So we move you down to there. And then we realise this is not long enough, so we move these two to there, I suppose. There we go. Right, so that's the second row kicked in. Seems all right. You've got the heavy oil, light oil, and petroleum gas all being fed through. Water's being fed in top and bottom there. Good. We seem to have some water in this system. Let's ditch that because that shouldn't be there. Then we end up with this. Then we have the joy of trying to plumb all these together because they're a bit too cramped at this point. Now we're bringing the light oil down on this side. So the crude oil down on this side. So let's carry on with that. That's almost in the right place as it is. So we'll move that to there, and then I can stick a pipe in the middle, and that's and then an underground pipe in here. And that's crude oil being fed in like so. There's a rogue pipe along here for reasons, so we'll get rid of those two. Then we want water here. Water's coming in on this side for, again, historical reasons. Those are quite close, so I'm just going to use a normal pipe. Then we get to here. Right, so we've got petroleum gas being fed in there and there. Good. Heavy oil going straight across. Good. Light oil can come out here and here. This is a pipe to nowhere. This is probably going to be water eventually, but at the moment that is a nonsense. You are not supposed to be water, so we'll get rid of that. And then we can put in a pipe there. But with more behaving. There we go. So that's the light oil linked there. Petroleum gas linked there. Heavy oil linked there. The heavy oils are not linked together. So that's another thing I need to put in. So pipe there and down there like that. So that's those linked together now, but not to down here. We'll worry about that in a moment. Putting that part.
Mark.
Yes.
How often do you expect the LTN manager to update?
Right. Get some on the table.
Because there's a station that has stuff in it, and it's not updated to say that it's got it in it. The one by the landing pad.
Here we have water. Water's going to be tricky.
It's not saying that it's got barrels.
Can you move? No, you can't. You're going to move. You're going to move anyway.
Trains are training, I think. Yeah.
It was saying there were a bunch in transit. I looked. Or does it only count stuff if it is above the threshold?
Then over here we have the crude.
So you want to provide what? The
barrel.
empty
Oh, that's-
barrels,
yeah,
yeah,
right.
you have to be above 40 stacks.
Okay, it'll get there then.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it won't, because that's limiting it to less than that. But I can adjust that.
Wait, oh, that was right. That is my... No, that's full of light oil. That's nonsense. Stop it. Stop being full of light oil. Right. Lose all the light oil. There we go. Now you can be full of crude oil. Right. And this crude oil needs to then somehow get down here. I feel like I'm retrofitting from somebody else's design and it's kind of horrible. Do you remember a while back I talked about how the only thing that uses heavy oil is lube? And it sort of might make sense to produce lube in the refinery and not ship heavy oil anywhere.
I remember that.
Shall I do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let me finish sanity checking this area, but yeah, okay. Well,
Are you sure it's not going to be used for anything else later?
Yeah, because I think in the Factoriopedia you can see literally everything.
Oh, right.
And if we look at heavy oil, I'm sanity checking this just because I don't trust myself entirely. It is used in solid fuel and coal liquefaction for kickstarting. So maybe we'll want something, a barreler in there or something like that to get emergency supplies of it. Cracking, solid fuel, lube barrels. Oh, super sealant substance, which is an advanced Maluna thing. So maybe we will need it later for that. But that's going to be... sorry, it's a Meraxis thing, but that's going to be on Meraxis. Electrolytes, but that's going to be on... well, I know where that's going to be. That's going to be another planet. Asphalt on Corundum. And alternative recipe for making sulfonate, for making plastic on Corundum again. So technically there are some other recipes. I don't think we're going to be using any of them on this planet. So, especially as the old one is still producing heavy oil. So if this one produces lube, then we've got both available. But then if the old one produces heavy oil, then we might want to replace the old one at some point.
No, the old refinery will tear that down.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll leave this one producing heavy oil then, just in case we have issues later.
How about a crazy suggestion? What about... Because fluids are pumped pretty quickly, right? How about a dual provider station that provides both heavy and lube? That would be kind of fun. And also, it being fluids, not that weird, difficult, It's just pumps.
I hate the idea of a mixed fluid system, but also I acknowledge that it is certainly a possibility.
Yep.
And also lube is not, it's not used that much. So even over here where you're building, you could have every other, you'd have to separate them a bit, but you could have
you could have a station that holds both lube and heavy oil, lube and heavy oil in the same station, and it only uses the correct pumps.
Yeah. So
that idea I hate a lot less.
Heavy oil and one pump for fluid.
Yeah, I'm more okay with that idea.
And then depending on which train comes, you'll
to do above the LTN signals. Yeah, that's easy then at that point. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, let's do that. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot more.
Good luck. Sorry in advance.
The hardest part is going to be fitting the tanks in place without them linking up to each other. Basically, I think. So I'm not too worried. Yes, Fujinator, you're quite right. That is actually the Unix approach, not the Linux approach. I was talking too quickly and not fact checking myself on the way through. Yes, as Fox was asking earlier, yes, each planet basically has, well, lots of planets have their own way, slightly different ways of making rocket fuel. So, for example, on Lignumis, it's made by, I can't even find it. Okay, on Lignumis, it's made from peat and wood pulp. On Maluna, I think we're using the normal recipe. No, we're using the Alice recipe on Maluna, where we take in aluminium oxide or aluminium something or other, ice and water, and that produces rocket fuel. On Igrys, I think we're doing it the traditional way on Igrys, because we can just pump we can pump light oil straight out of the river here, and then we can turn that into solid fuel and then into rocket fuel, and we get oodles of it coming through, so that's fine. And over on Vulcanus, I don't remember. Oh, here we go. Here we're doing it the traditional way with we're turning light oil into or turning something into solid fuel. Over here, light oil into solid fuel, and then making rocket fuel the traditional way. However, that solid fuel and that light oil that's being turned into those is being made through coal liquefaction down here. So we're bringing in coal, turning that into oil, which we're then processing through into solid fuel, into rocket fuel. So it's slightly different. The rocket fuel stage is the same, but how we get the oil for that is a bit different. And I'm sure all of the other planets we get to later on will also have their own weird quirks and foibles as well.
Mark, the new Corvex is fully up and running now.
Thank you very much.
HPTD suggests we should be beaconing and moduling our pump jacks as well, especially the ones that have basically run out, because then it's just free extra stuff.
We are.
Speed them.
We
already are. Okay, apparently we are.
Level 2 speed.
Sweet.
No, level 1 speed for the old ones, but yeah.
Yeah.
Mark?
Yes.
They're not beaconed, but they are sped.
Can I run custom trains to just pick up the rest of the stuff and put them in the mall?
Yeah, just use the... Oh, custom train. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Cool.
Tanks,
Just for the
there they
cleanup,
are.
basically.
Found it.
Yep.
Right, so I'll keep you as far away as possible. We'll move that in, and that, just like that. Then get tanks back out again. Right, so I'll put you there. And I want to put the next one there, I think, to leave as much space as possible. Oh, actually, no. And then, yes, then I want to do that. That's perfect, because then those two can share the same fluid. Also, let's move them. I'm tempted to move them down a little bit to make things look a little bit neater, but for now I'm not going to worry about that. Then, yes, then down here I put one here, and that goes up a little bit. Oh yeah, this is actually going to be easier than I expected. Famous last words. And then finally one down here at the bottom. Okay, so we can go heavy oil, lube, heavy oil, lube, heavy oil. Great. Now I just need to link those together appropriately. So I'll have a pipe going from there to... Typically it's not quite long enough, but never mind, that doesn't actually matter. We can finagle that manually at whatever point we want. Pipe like that, pipe like that, pipe like that. Right, so that's one of those. Then the other one just needs to stick out a little bit further like this. No, it only needs to go this far because there's only two pairs holding that fluid. Okay, so that's fairly straightforward. Then now we're going to need a lot more storage space for these fluids. So we'll bring. I shall have a row of. Actually, if I put my, I could put my lube makers across here just so that they get the benefit of these beacons. I feel like I might as well. Making lube doesn't exactly take a long time. But, you know, we've got the beacons in place. Let's just use them for fun. There we go, chemical plant. Put that in there. I don't think I need very many of these, if I'm being honest, because they are being...
I'm going to place down a few city block blueprints.
Okay. Thank you for the warning. Ooh, yep, that is some lag. But that's fine, because we're all ready for it. Let's put that there, and then I put in a pipe going across here like that. That's heavy oil. Oof, that's a lot of slowdown. You weren't kidding. Right, pipe coming out here. tell all these guys to make lube, because that's what we want from them. Like that. And you know what? Let's also fill them up with productivity modules, because why not? Then the lube can come out of here, and, well, if I extend this pipe up to here, then we just whack that. Everything's breaking because there's so much input latency. There we go. Right, so the lube can now come out and fill up these pipes. Great. I don't know why production has stopped. Oh, probably because we filled up these other tanks. No, we filled up something somewhere. We'll worry about that later. Okay, so that's my lube being made. Now, we don't have a great deal of storage here. We only have 100,000 lube maximum, so that isn't going to be enough. But it's going to be easy to put in some additional lube storage across here like this. How many do we have on these stations? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, I think. So that's 12, 16. Yes, good. So now we've got the same amount of lube storage available for this station as we have light oil and petroleum gas over here. So that's good. And that's this one. These are the lubes. So these are going to be the heavy oil down here. So we're going to have another, and this one is going to be, so we're going to have another feed on the heavy oil coming out like this. And this one's going to come all the way down here. Now, this needs to be controlled, maybe. So we want to be, we want to pump out of this into this storage system, I think. So we always make sure, so the first priority is to fill these tanks up and make sure we have enough heavy oil. Now, we don't actually, we may not need the heavy oil, but we still want to be pumping it out. That has to be the number one priority. So actually, let's pump it that way. Feed it straight into the storage system that's going to be over here. So that's 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. And then we'll also connect, then we want to link that to these tanks over here so that it's shared. So it's a shared inventory and we can fill up the train decently quickly. So that's heavy oil storage, lube storage, should be fine. Let's turn the alt mode back on so I can see where stuff goes. The lube storage is not connected. Oh, there we go, connect the lube to the lube storage. Right, that's all good. Now we need to also feed the heavy oil into, now we have a bit of a tangle down here. So this is where we're controlling how much of whatever we've got. So this, the heavy oil needs to come in here. That's fine. Link that from there to there, like so. There we go. Good. And then the light oil then comes out of here, and actually doesn't go into the side of that machine. It goes in there instead, and that should then be fine. We just need to link this up to light oil production up top, which we'll do with an underground pipe out here. And a pipe running down like this. Oop, and that. Boom! Suddenly everything kicks into motion because I've provided an output for the light oil. So, the light oil then floods down this pipe, goes into here, and somehow, oh yeah, it comes all the way down to here and then goes into the station down here at the bottom. So we're filling up with light oil. We won't do anything else with the factory until the light oil has all. We're producing light oil as fast as this pump can pump it out, basically. I think I might need to go double pump here, especially as producing light oil as fast as possible is kind of the point of this part of the factory. So there we go. Now we're emptying that faster than it can be filled up. Is anything working up here? No. Maybe. Why are you guys not running a lot faster? Because you're taking a long time to fill up. Is there a pump in here somewhere? Are you just slowly... Okay, this is completely full. Crude oil is not really getting out of here. That's... Oh, there's a pump up here. That's the problem. There shouldn't be pumps in this system. Pumps are bad. So now everything is presumably, everything is now completely full of crude oil. So all of the refineries are running, I think. Yeah, all the refineries are running. I think I can see all the... Yeah, I can see all the green dots across there. I can't see any green dots across here. Why are you... Okay, you're blocked up on light oil, so presumably that means I've not linked... I've not linked these light oil loops together. Oh, I see. It's coming through over here. Fine. Think that like that, then. There we go. Now they can all kick in. We can dump massive amounts of light oil down into the tanks down here, probably. Yeah, that's okay. Heavy oil is sitting fairly low, but gradually, I guess we're filling up the tanks here. So we do need pumps for going into the stations, and this counts as part of the station, but that's fine. We're making lube as fast as we can, making petroleum gas at quite a rate, actually. And then down here, hopefully none of these machines have actually kicked in because we haven't filled up with anything yet. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Hello, Dr. Nightmint. Welcome. Oh, Tristan, Doopy says there's an auto refresh in the top right of LTN Manager because you were asking about refreshing it earlier.
And if you go a bit further down, I've replied.
So you have. Well, I have to work through these things in order, or if I try and read everything and work out what's been said and what hasn't, then I'll never get anywhere. Right, so there we go. We now have. So we now have all those resources being made. We've got quantities of lube, quantities of heavy oil. Great. That's probably fine. We seem to. Yeah. Okay. My slight concern is maybe. No, I think I do still want this here. Eventually, we'll fill these tanks up, and then it won't be so much of an issue. I do also need to do the wiring for the station. I'll come back to that. Come back to that in a moment. I'm just trying to make sure that everything seems to be working, and I'm pretty sure it is. I think we're going to stop because we'll have filled up with petroleum gas fairly soon, but never mind. I sort of want this to...
Mark?
Yes.
As we have expanded, have we gotten more uranium mines?
I think I connect them over here as one.
Alright, so I need to do green cables along
there is
here.
another one over here you could add if you want.
Could you ping that again, sorry?
Oh,
I see it now. The tiny little patch?
Yeah, I added the big one over here.
Ah!
I don't think that's worth it. The tiny one over there.
No, we clean up the map.
Completionists.
Yep.
Right, that goes all the way through there, and then
add rails for you.
Thank you. You're so kind.
Goes into the LTN combinizer. Right, so there we go. So that has fed the contents of both sets of tanks, the heavy oil and the lube tanks, into the LTN combinator, which is telling LTN this is what is available to you. So we're telling LTN we have a quantity of each one of those. Great. We then need to connect to this one. We already have a red signal coming out of here and going to. We already have it going to the pumps. Okay, what are they doing? They're setting filters already. Excellent. So actually, the station was the complicated part, or the technical part of the setup. It's quite simple to do as long as you know what you're doing. Is already set up. What's going on here? Why are you? What is this even for? Why are we bring? Oh, it's the station. Oh, quantity of the train, presumably. Yeah, train contents is being fed out and multiplied by -1. Oh, okay. That's to stop it filling up when the train gets to the right quantity. Okay, got it. I understand. So yeah, that makes sense. That's correct and fine, and is basically all set up now. So what this means is the yellow box up here gets the request from the train when it turns up, with some other data as well. We're then sending that to all of the pumps as a filter. So the pump will say, okay, there is a train here asking for heavy oil, we'll give it heavy oil. There's a train here asking for lube, we'll give it lube, and that should just work. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this design. Let's rate calculator it because we haven't.
Mark, do you want any modules in these machines, like productivity or something?
Which
for mining.
Okay, so we are capable of
you
producing 4,000
No, not really.
petroleum gas, almost 200 lube, 3,500 light oil, which is almost enough to keep up with that rocket fuel block, and up to 1,300 heavy oil, but then that's going to be reused for other things, which is why we've got a negative there. That negative is because some of it's being used for lube, and also we've got enough capacity to turn it all into light oil as well if we need to. At least hopefully we have. Let's check that, actually. So you are producing potentially 1,300 heavy oil. You are capable of dealing with 1,300 low heavy oil. Okay, so that's about right. Awesome. So yeah, the random scattering of speed modules, the speed beacons, has been about right for that. Oh, do we have? Oh yeah, we've already got purple modules throughout all of this. Okay, I think I'm happy to call that build done and chuck it into the real world. Shall I propose, shall I set it up as a new block, Mark, or do you want me to paste it in over the top of the existing one?
You're talking refinery?
Refinery, yes.
If you're keeping all the stations at the same place.
The heavy oil station has changed drastically, but the other three are the same. Maybe it better be a news place.
I mean, could you pump out the heavy oil? Could you convert, empty the current heavy oil station and just convert to light oil temporarily, and then remove the station and then replace the build?
Yes, or should I just put in some extra tanks and pump out into them, and in situ, and then they can sit there, and then we'll pump it back across again. Okay, cool. I'll do that. So if I put in this part of the build first, over the top of the existing everything, then I can then that'll tell me where there's some space for extra tanks and stuff. So light oil, refinery. I've lost it. It's usually fairly easy to spot. Oh, refinery, wherefore art thou refined? Well, not wherefore, but there it is. Okay, so I could drop this in here with an angry ghost. There's going to be quite a lot of unneeded pipery going on, though. So yeah, let's delete the pipes down the sides. Delete those. And delete
You're going to
those.
delete the light oil tank on the left as well.
Oh, yes, you're right. Let's move that one up 2 squares then. There we go. And I can just, if I angry ghost that in there, I don't know. We're probably going to. I'm worried. I'm paranoid that we're going to get some random little bits of nonsense, little bits of pipe or something that don't get removed properly. So I'm going to actually remove all of the stuff up the middle, like that. Because then I can just drop this in here. I don't even need to angry ghost it at that point. Yes, I do. There we go. So that goes there. Then we disconnect that. And we disconnect that and that for the time being. Just because. Seems like a good idea. And then, right, yes, then I need to put in a large number of tanks across here. And I've got plenty of space for this. Copy those. Paste. But I'm going to put them just in all the way across here, because I know there's loads of space at this point in my blueprint. So I can put them in all the way across there. Then I put in a pump. Pump. There, because there's power and I'm lazy. And then that pipe can come across there, like that. And up there, like that. Can I have a straight pipe? Yes. Right, so that will eventually drain these tanks. It's going to take a little while, but that's That's okay. We don't need heavy oil in particularly large quantities. Also, we need to wait for an absolute... There is an absolute bot frenzy happening already. I think only some of this is my fault. Actually, that said, it does all seem to be coming to... Oh no, there's a crushed iron ore build being pulled out here. So it's not just me who's causing bot frenzies. Okay, so that'll get sorted fairly soon, and I've lost the refineries again. There they are. How are our bots? Is our bots coping? We still have 17,000 construction bots available, so we should be okay. There should be plenty of bots to come out and do this. It's just that we're quite a long way away from the centre of the universe at the moment, so there's a bit of flying to go to do as they get over here. So we'll have a think about how we're going to deal with this. This will all get set up and built and is ready to go. We'll pull all of the heavy oil out because I've got 24 tanks across there and there's only 16 up there. So there's going to be plenty of room in these to pull all the heavy oil out. I then also need to demolish all of this, but not the stations. Those are all fine. In fact, you know what? I should put that pump back in, but pump the other way. Let's try and pump the crude oil back out into the stations. This station is completely full. All right, never mind that then. That shouldn't be full. That should not have happened. There's clearly something going wrong up there. Worry about that next. So then rip out essentially everything else. Even the roboports are going to have to go. I'm not sure about these water pipes, so I'll remove them as well. And there may be a little bit of linking stuff up again to do afterwards, but that's fine. Remove all of that. No, this is new stuff I put in, so that's okay to stay. This is not new stuff. This needs to go. That needs to go because we don't like pumps. Well, we kind of do in a few places, but not that one. Remove all of that, and I think I actually did have a pipe running through there, but that's fine. We can deal with that later. Also, I noticed there is a very, very long light oil pipe coming out here that I'm assuming is going to the flamethrowers. This is...
Oh, that can be removed. That's not connected anymore.
Okay. All right, let's remove... let's tidy all of that up as well, then. So untidy. So much stuff to remove. Right. And then... Well, this all gives me something to do while I'm waiting for the heavy oil to get moved across. So it's not too bad. It's using time up in a useful way. This is a very, very long pipe. Also, because of things being in the middle, I suppose I could have made a smart deconstruction planner that just did pipes, underground pipes, and pumps, but I didn't. Right, so we can remove all of that. Okay, tanks are in place. Pump is pumping. We are nearly 20% of the way through removing that. Okay, great. It's going to take a little while, but that's fine. We can pretend to be patient. Actually, I can go back to the blueprint editor and remove a few random extra things like that. Okay, most of that pipe that was going over that way I got removed at one point or another. That's fine then.
We're up to 30% productivity on the glass now.
Oh, nice. Ooh, what's that looking like on Igrys?
I mean, it's...
The belt is flowing basically, well, not quite solidly actually. It's flowing fairly solidly. It's still not quite a solid blue belt coming out, which is kind of horrifying. Yeah, we have bonus production. Yeah, there is, as you say, bonus productivity going on there. The factory is hungry for magical glasses, apparently. There's quite a lot flowing down. What's this for? Yeah. Oh, going into the rockets and more green circuits.
It's mostly going into green circuits.
Yeah.
And the tesseracts.
Yeah.
Red.
Mark.
Oh, we've got loads. Oh no, that's green tesseracts actually, but yeah.
It's the old place is cleaned up, the new place is working. What do you want me to do?
Prepare the mold split, the mold separation.
Yay! Can I start with moving the recycling station, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a preference for how the rail looks as it passes through?
I would say don't.
Because I would do it like this. Just go
Yeah.
through like this.
Yeah, I was
Is that right?
thinking the same. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, so the one of the things we've been talking about doing for a while is at the moment the mall is connected to the main logistics network. So all of the bits and pieces that are required to build things can just be pulled straight out by the bots from everywhere else. However, there has been this plan to split the mall's logistics network off from the rest of the factory's logistics network and then have some sort of pass-through-o-matron running on the side of it somewhere that takes things from inside the mall, dumps them into chests, and then takes them to the outside of it and makes them available for the logistics bots. And that means we can have separate logistics bots doing the sort of the frenzies of unloading of the trains and bringing things to rockets and such, those sort of things, as different ones from the ones that buzz around the rest of the factory, not building things, but carrying stuff around and things like that. It's an interesting idea. It's probably going to cause some chaos and some extra thinking and head scratching, but we'll see how it goes. That is true. Electric motors can be made with an alternative recipe. There just seem to be a few other recipes. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Oh, hang on. No, lube is also used for making blue belts, but I guess I think there are some secret belts later on that don't require blue. So yeah. But yeah, they're required for blue belts, and we get through a lot of blue belts, so we definitely need lube for that. Oh, well, I think there might be alternative recipes for lube, actually. Let's have a look, because I'm curious. Are you lube? No, you're liquid nuclear fuel. You're lube. Can also come from chitosan, lubricant synthesis, nanites, biolubricant, that's the Gleba one, I remember that, and metabolizing ferric scrap. So yes, there are indeed alternative recipes. Lube does get used in lots of types of belts. Lots of types of belts. It gets used in foundries, okay, but not on this planet, so it's not a problem for over here. And gold railguns, aspherical lenses, electric engines, and lube barrels. So it gets used in quite a few important places. We'd like to keep that running. Crackers at the bottom might be... you might be right. They might. Well, yes, you're probably right. They probably are missing water inputs. Let's have a quick look at that.
Mark, that raw thermite you made completely fresh is spoiling at the moment. We've had it for 5 hours.
Oh, you mean it's actually got there?
The old...
Yeah, they're just sitting in the logistics system.
Right. If I could put that there, but then it'll link there, so I can't do that.
Mark, is this alright with the station?
It's a bit pipe spaghetti.
I
but...
would place it a bit more symmetrical in the middle.
This way.
I gotcha. Yeah.
I'm thinking
Makes
another
sense.
train can... Yeah.
Yep.
Is this actually being fed in the right places? No, it is not. Too much. You go in there.
You could also add another station the other way around.
You go.
Directional.
Yeah, but I don't think that's necessary. I think that one is enough.
One is enough.
Where the hell do you go?
For symmetrical reasons.
I hear what you're saying.
Right, so
but
petroleum gas goes up here.
I'm gonna
Fine.
have to say no to this one, man.
Okay.
Light oil comes in from here. Goes all the way along. Fine. Water comes in here. Good. Then down here. That's where that was supposed to be going. There we go. I thought it probably had to go somewhere. So I'm glad to have found that. Right, then down here, heavy oil is brought in from this end, so that's fine. Water is brought in from this end, that's fine. Light oil pours out in the middle here, so that is also fine. And if necessary, it can flow all the way along here, up into here, to be recracked. So that's also fine. Good. I think that's probably about right. So the next question is: are we ready to paste this in yet? Have we pulled out all of that heavy oil? Can I even find the refinery? Here it is. Yes, well, we're virtually there. We're down to 25 heavy oil. So actually, I came along and looked at this at just the right time. That's quite impressive. You 14. It's draining that last little bit out of the bottom of the tank. So you need to go in there with one of those rubber spatulas and scrape it all out because it's got quite slow. And we go, at what point do we decide that's a small enough amount of heavy oil that we don't care about losing it? Import only greens and heavy. Okay, yes, but yeah, you could just not produce belts on Norvis. That is certainly a possibility. Right, now I can remove all of that. Boink, and actually all of that as well. And I suppose while I'm at it, let's remove that because that no longer should be there and may cause difficulties later. And I don't know why that's there. We'll worry about that in a moment if we need it. Okay, I'm also going to remove the 2 roboports because that's probably going to cause issues with the paste. However, I'm probably going to have to put them back because there'll be areas of non-coverage in the middle. Right, so now, go back in here, copy and paste my refinery blueprint, and finally, I can come along and paste it in here like this. What's going on over there? Oh, right, yes, these are the pipes that were in the wrong place that I fixed. So let's remove those. Now, if I paste this in here, everything should be blue or green. There shouldn't be any... Well, there's that bit of red over there on the left-hand side because of the stuff that hasn't been picked up yet. But that's going to be picked up, so I think I can get away with just dropping this in here like this. Boop. Sorry, I should have warned. I'm also bad at warning. Right, so that goes in there. And then these ones are the heavy oil tanks. So I need to just run a pump from here, or pump 2 here, from here, to get that back out again. There we go. So that'll then refill these tanks with the heavy oil from here. The whole system can and will and might eventually kick in and start working. I am, as I said, going to need to put in more... Robo-Bobo ports, so I need to put in one. Let's put one in here and one in here. Okay, nope, that won't do. Here? Yeah, oh yeah, here's easily going to be okay. So I'll put it up there because there's already going to be power there. That one's going to need some power, so I'll give it a pylon like so. Right, so now it's just, we have nap time, and when we come back, we will hopefully have a fully functional, fully operational oil refining system. We have still kidnapped a train over here, so there's clearly something going wrong with the LTNing over in this area. So we've got a minus 300,000 on there. That feels like a rather big number. Should that not be minus 200,000 because that's how much goes in a train? But then there's storage for 400,000 over here. So if a train comes in with 200, so should this be a 200?
Yeah, huge boss swarm leaving them all. What's happening?
Oh yeah, and we're getting the bot fireworks going on here as they all run out of battery.
The amount on the request isn't relevant to how much fits in a train. It's how much you want in the station.
Right. So that's okay. So yeah. So there should be So that says 300,000. There's room for 400,000 in the station. I would like there to be... So it shouldn't overflow. Maybe an extra train got sent here then. Did anyone send an extra train of crude oil to the station and just was happy for it to sit there?
Station?
The refinery station.
The loop station? Oh no.
Okay.
Nope.
Because there is a confusion happening here. And I don't know why. But oh well. Okay, Hohenheim. Well, thanks for dropping in, and good night. Yeah, we're going to do something similar to that, Dave. We're going.
Maybe the crude oil got pushed back into the station.
No, it was jammed before I started pulling them out.
Oh, okay. No, then I no idea.
Okay. Ah, well, never mind. So Dave, we what we're thinking, but the best way we've come up with so far, at least, is to basically have have some blue chests on the outside that say with a requester with a combinator connected, constant combinator connected to them, saying these are the things we want to supply with these blue chests, and then have a a load of blue chests outside, and then a constant combinator that has a list of all the things that we want to have, and combine the signals from both of those and feed them to a red chest on the outside, feed them to a blue chest on the inside. So we'll have some chests on the outside. We'll say we'd like to have 1,000 like this. In fact, these are requested chests, and we'll have provider chests on the other side of the gap. And then we'll go through and we'll set. There we go. And we'll say we would like there to be 1,000 blue belts or whatever in the output side. We'll read the signal off there, and then we'll feed any differences to here. So we'll get them pulled across, and then we'll use inserters and belts to move the stuff across the gap into the chests on the other side. That's the best way we've come up with. It might be worth having a RoboPort sort of slightly further across like this, so that we can just have a single stack inserter rather than having to have putting belts in as well.
Quick
but
question.
I'll leave that up.
Anybody fiddle with this station here?
Leave that to people working on it.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh.
There seems to be a lot of fluid issues. Yeah. Well, actually, that's at a pickup station, isn't it? That's weirder.
That's a pickup station. Yeah.
It's flickering as well. The filter.
It tries to pump, but doesn't.
That's very strange. The output signal from the LTN station.
Why is the LTN output going to the arithmetic combinator on the red wire?
Do they not all? Where's all?
Probably Sapphire. That's from your overwriting all the LTN stations, liquid stations with the new name.
Oh, it goes to the output on this one, whereas it goes to the. Where's the problem one? There it is. Whereas it goes to the input and output on this one.
Is this maybe an old station that was not LTN? It was a Mark station.
No, not with molten iron in it. That would have been far too long ago.
Exactly.
No, and then I upgraded it.
No, we wouldn't have had. No, we stopped using Mark train network stations well before we started having molten metal.
There's a fluid provider, right?
Yeah.
I think he's just removed that red wire.
But... Cargo wagon's a good idea. Is also a nice idea.
I'll do that for
ATPD. Yeah.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I just pasted a new one over here just to see like what's actually how it's supposed to look.
Yeah, there's no red wire going to the input of the arithmetic.
Yeah.
From the LTN output. Because it's basically going. He's outputting what it wants for the pumps, and then also outputting the negative of that.
So, what did you say? The output went to the input of the combinator?
Yes. It went to both.
Yeah.
So that combinator was basically just going, hey, have I got an output? Okay, I'll subtract that from the output. It was basically going, I want my output to be 0, whatever you do. So every other tick, it was 0.
It's weird. Well. I mean, I just really pasted over them, so I don't know why it would have. And this is one of the last ones I did as well, because I went from the bottom up.
Does that mean we need to find another fluid drop station?
Well, I mean, there's
pickup station
one here.
The refinery one was okay. Yeah, the refinery ones seem to be okay.
Yeah, the lube, the old lube pick up is fine.
Oh, power.
Well, I'll take a peek at the fluid stations, make sure that they're cool.
All right, thank you. Right, so this is coming together fairly nicely. I forgot the power for this pump to drain these tanks back out again, but we'll get that running in a moment. Thanks for the follow, Cutoffle. Cutoffle
I wanted
of
to ask you about the thing Laurence talked about here. How do you want the stations or or like where exactly do you want them, or does that matter less? And
HPTD says asks for you to put a train wagon in the middle to pass the stuff through in.
Yeah, and would you like one roboport like this, so we only have like one gap?
Yeah,
so to speak?
I would
Yeah,
say just
I think
go
that's
for
awesome.
one gap. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can leave that there, right? Can I leave this one here?
Yep.
Cool.
How about doing that on the south side? Now we don't have the station there anymore.
Well, I mean, you pasted a bunch of builds there.
Yeah.
I kind of like having it to the left with all the boxes, you know?
It feels like
Yeah.
yeah. Actually, there's stuff being produced all over the place, but over on the left
it
feels
really
quite
doesn't
nice.
Matter. And I think with the amount of stuff, we probably need quite a few of these boxes. So just do whatever is sensible.
Also, having them on the left is slightly closer to all of the rest of the factory, which will make such a big difference. What's going on over here?
Until we expand
we're
more.
planting trees. I see, or replanting trees. I think planting trees.
Yep.
The pollution control, of course.
Copper crusher system here, and ripped it up. So
Yeah.
the idea is to have the
We need more lights.
to have the outmost city block to be the tree one.
Yeah, makes sense.
How's our power these days?
1, 2, 3.
Good to know. So I added 2 additional reactors at the beginning of the stream.
I'm just noticing the bottom left one is entirely water, and so is a perfect one for a reactor if we were needing it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a few
1,
up
2, 3,
north.
1, 2, 3, 1,
Top
2,
right as well.
3.
And the entire
2.
top right corner. Yeah, we've got plenty of
3.
slots for them now.
Yeah.
Top mines. Yes, thank you. People use rocket silos as chests. Yeah, yeah. I do miss the warehouses. There was 6x6 in K2SC. They were very good, but they were also very bad for UPS. At least especially the way we were using them, because we were using them unwisely. Apparently, they were bad anyway. Yeah, and indeed not part of Planetary Pioneers because we were sort of, I'm not going to say we were minimising the number of mods we were adding, but we weren't just, we were trying to, yeah, we weren't
really.
not even slightly, but we were sort of trying to think a little bit about what we were adding and having vague reasons for the ones we were putting in. I think this might be too many lights. Let's get rid of a few.
Also, if we would have added all the stations and everything, would have looked the same as K2C. So
that's true. So it would have been a bit less interesting.
Yeah.
And we'd probably have ended up using them as balancers and absolutely trashed our UPS again.
Yeah.
We don't learn around here, so, you know.
There's a train stuck here.
But
Another fluid one. Is it the same
It's
problem?
stuck there for like, I don't know, 10 streams or something.
Alright. I just thought I should mention it since I'm looking at fluid stops.
Okay, well,
We should turn that request off since Laurence is putting in a new build.
actually, yes. Yeah, we should. In fact, we should just completely, yes, turn it off completely and we'll get rid of it as soon as we can. That's such a pointless city block. It's just a row of 22 chemical plants, and it doesn't even need to be. It could be a row of 3 chemical plants, and it produce more than enough lube.
Presumably also worth setting a higher priority on the output here.
Yeah.
Just so that it drains this one.
Yeah, I think so. And eventually we can come back and remove it in about 10 years when we finally used all of that lube up. Because that is a lot of lube. We don't use a lot of lube. Speaking of, gradually filling up over here. We've got 3,000 per tank. These are all virtually full. These are... Oh dear, okay, there's not going to be enough... There's not going to be quite enough room to dump these into these tanks, which is a shame, but it's a thing we can just leave here. Oh, actually, that means that when... No, it doesn't mean that at all. When this finishes emptying, or actually just now, in fact, I could bring this over to here and here and here, and actually, no, let's pump that back out again. So put a pump in there. We can get rid of that, then I can pull these unnecessary tanks back out again. There are so many bots just filling the skies. No wonder my FUPS has tanked. And it's back up again now, actually. It's hanging... Ooh, it's kind of hanging on sometimes. Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier. Our computers are quite capable of running the game until we have... How many bots do we have buzzing around at the moment?
Until you're playing it.
Until we have 10,000 bots buzzing around, then it starts to struggle a little bit. And that's just on Norvis. I don't know how many there are on other planets. I don't think it's going to be as many, but that is going to add to it further. This is a little bit ridiculous. Yeah, well, I was tempted by the platform-to-platform space station transport mod. That seemed like a nice idea. You could add in warehouses if you want, if you need to. But yes, that's a good point. Yes, you do also need loaders if you want to use them for balancing. That's a very very good point. Yeah.
There's an entire 30 bots being used on Igrys.
Well, that's the problem then. It'd be fine if it was only the 10,000 on Norvis. It's those extra 30. I've heard that forbidding slots in the warehouses may or may not help with the UPS drain from them. It depends who you ask. So the problem or the logic is that if you forbid slots in a chest like this, then when the game is trying to put something into a chest, it only has to check the first 3 slots to see whether there's anywhere valid to put it. However, when it's taking something out of the chest, it still has to check all of the slots to see if there's anything there that can be taken out. And there are possibly some optimizations that could be done for chests, but haven't been necessary because what sort of lunatic would have more than 48 slots in a chest? So I think it helps a bit, but I don't think it helps enough. But also, I'm not sure. There was a new platform-to-platform mod that released last week, is that okay? We will see. I mean, it's a sort of thing that I kind of would like to have because it feels silly to be It feels really silly when you drop something down onto a planet to then blast it back up into space again. But on the other hand, maybe you should just be flying that ship over to a different planet, over to the other planet to get the thing in the first place.
From my perspective, as not having played Space Age, I think it's kind of nice to experience how it is without platforms, as in K2SE.
Oh no, sorry. Platforms are spaceships are technically called platforms in Space Age.
Yeah, well. So what I'm saying is, platform to platform, you can't do that now, right? That's
correct.
Why you're talking about the mod,
correct.
Which is why the extra logistics of having a fleet of ships buzzing around, or having to, like you said, drop them down to a planet that has like cheap launching capabilities, and that being a hub. I think that's an interesting challenge.
I see what you mean. Yes, because if you have ships that can transfer to each other, then you can have a sort of a star system where everything's brought to a central place and swapped between the ships and taken back out again. If you don't have that, then a ship that's supplying, say, Lignumis has to go to Maluna and Igrys and Vulcanus and Norvis if it wants to have stuff from all of those. You can't have a ship that can bring stuff from Lignumis to Norvis and then a ship that takes stuff from Norvis to Igrys or whatever. So yeah, I see what you mean, and yeah, I'm happy to stick with it as is for that reason. So that makes sense.
And I think it's going to be interesting, especially with the amount of planets that we have, and that okay, well, how are we going to approach this? Do we have one that makes a big loop, as Mark suggested at some point, or do we have a bunch of small planets, like every individual one has their own ship that caters for their needs only, or
Yeah. Those are definitely two possibilities. Yeah, we'll have to see what we feel is best. And at the moment, we have one ship for each planet. That is the system we're going with at the moment. That goes to all the planets that might have stuff that planet needs, and then flies off to that planet. So the Richard Dean Anderson goes to I can't remember where it goes to now off the top of my head. Yeah, it swings by Norvis and Vulcan. It goes it's the Vulcana ship, but it swings by both Norvis and Lignumis on its en route to go and get things that it might need or that might be needed from it on Vulcanus. So it can get the blue circuits from Lignumis, it can get the everything else from Norvis, and so on. So,
quick question: do we know which planet has the highest probability of oxide asteroids?
oh, you mean in orbit around it?
In orbit, yeah.
You can look it up, but
how?
In the Factoriopedia, if you go to the space,
the Factoriopedia on the space tab, down at the bottom, there's routes, space routes. If you click on one of those, it shows you a graph of what chunks are there.
Yeah, what chunks are there, but not the probability.
Well, that's how
it's the quantity of them that you'll find there. So it functionally is the probability.
So I'm in the space tab in Factopedia. I go to click on Norvis and then?
No, down below that, the top left, one of the space routes, the ones with the...
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
So then you look at the appropriate end of that, and that's going to be outright in orbit.
Yeah, thank you.
Interesting. Maluna is much more even than Norvis orbit. In fact, Maluna has the same amount of each of them, whereas Norvis orbit has significantly more metallic than carbonic or oxide. I suppose that's because you're probably going to be sitting there trying to build a load of ammunition before your ship flies off, so you want a bit more metallic. And,
the new provider station is up and running.
Ooh. I have. It's not quite single-digit FUPs, but it dropped down. It dropped down to the teens.
Yeah, same for me.
I think I heard a rocket launch at the same time. I don't know whether that was related, but no, I think it was the mass bot frenzy bringing the wood over. Oh dear.
Oh, and Tristan, you fixed the LTN thing we decided upon, right? The setting.
I think so. Yes.
You want to double check?
Mod settings. Well, do you remember what it was?
It was something about something.
Yeah. Providers output existing cargo or something like that, wasn't it?
Something. I'm gonna.
Because that is ticked at the moment.
Right. Providers output existing cargo, and that should not be ticked.
Right. So we don't want that ticked.
Okay, yes, legendary chests do have a bit more storage space, but in a way, because you're still limited to loading them with inserters, there's not the same temptation to use them for balancing and filtering and stuff like that. So we probably won't have to worry about that.
Can you adjust it now, Tristan?
I've just changed it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Also, Mark, I looked through all the fluid stations on Novice, and that was the only one that had that issue that we encountered.
Oh yeah, I can see that for a one assembler building everything mall. Yes, I ended up using a train carriage for that, but then they have but that was because I wanted more space around it. It actually has less storage than a chest. So yes, a legendary chest would have been good for that, or at least a legendary train wagon with may or may not have more storage space. Right, okay, this seems to be all up and building and working. So we now have full tanks of everything except lube, and the lube is halfway there. So I think I can call that pretty good. That's now, I'd say that refinery is working. We have more than enough oil, probably because the, no, let's go over X. Probably because the rocket fuel block that I built earlier here has now finished. Yes, there we go. So we've suddenly stopped using all of that, all of the light oil and some of the petroleum gas in the world, and so things have calmed down a little bit and are much more sedate. Ooh, are my stations still linked to the circuit network after my rebuild? I was going to say they should, but yes, they are good. Because yeah, I didn't delete the stations, so my my combinators are still in there and still feeding the numbers out onto the network. Excellent. I'm going to put in an additional 2 tanks on the light oil, I think. So we've got a little bit more storage space specifically for light oil to enable us to make sure the numbers going out there are a little bit more in that one's favour. Over here, I think a train has just come in and picked up a load of petroleum gas, but that's okay, I suppose. Yeah, Wooby had some funny ideas about quality. Like, there were a lot of obvious quality things that could have been implemented that they didn't do. High on the list, as far from my point of view, being belt speeds. How could a belt be made better? It could be made to run faster. I thought that was a pretty obvious one, but nope. And yeah, storage capacities be higher. Yeah, there were a number of things that I felt could have been done better. We actually looked at a mod which was an improved quality system that did things like making the belts run faster, and did quite a few other things as well along similar lines. We ended up not adding that one in because apparently it led to problems because the different qualities of belts had to be hacked in a rather unfortunate way using what were technically different items, and that led to problems with the game, led to it not working as well. So we decided it'd be better not to have that one installed. Yeah, we've sort of mostly finished the Magic Planet now. I'm not sure how it's doing for speed and stuff, but it is sort of mostly working. We've done some glass productivity researches, so we've got a bit more magic glass coming out now, which is nice. We've put in some more of the science enhancer machines, so we're getting we're making both the science packs that are made on this planet in the more efficient way, which is why we only need 2 machines for each one, which is crazy. Then down here we're trying to make the actual mineral science for this planet in decent quantities. We're also struggling a little bit with the tesseracts by the look of it. Why is that?
It's glass and the weird stuff.
No, the basic tesseracts.
Oh, basic tesseract.
We don't seem to be making.
They were completely fine earlier.
Particularly quickly. Why are you a sad panda? They are kicking in and out because of the quantity of conductive bricks we may or may not have. So they're turning on and off a bit because we don't have a backlog of conductive bricks.
We are producing slightly more than a rocket's worth of science in a spaceship round trip time.
Is that as much as we want to be producing?
It's been keeping the science happy when we've been sort of varying between them.
Okay, that could well be all right then. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'd like to increase it a bit further, but yeah, when I looked earlier, the tesseracts were fine. They're not so much anymore.
It's the making sure that we don't just... It was because I thought we were going to start making... In fact, we are also making tesseracts from the green recipe, and possibly even the... Yeah. No, not the red recipe. No, never. So we are making a few that way. So the idea was to try and split it between the two based on which one we had a shortage of, which input thing we had a shortage of. So yeah, more glass or more conductive bricks would allow us to make more of either of them. Yeah, but we're getting through a lot of the stuff that's coming through there. So there's a little bit limited about. But anyway, yes, so we're making those, which is allowing us to make the science packs. And in fact, nearly all the science production machines are running. So we're nearly okay on tesseracts. We're pretty darn close. However, making the advanced red crystals is a little bit tricky because that requires the Cermite, and making Cermite in large enough quantities has been a little bit tricky. So we've expanded the belts over here a little bit. Sorry, it's expanded the Cermite production over here. We've tripled it, I think. Maybe tripled it. But it's still quite slow because we have to wait for the nearly 2 minutes for the Cermite in here to nearly decay before we can chuck it in this machine and turn it into the raw Cermite, so that we don't have to wait the 5 hours for that to decay. So that means we're only producing. That means these machines across here are only running once every couple of minutes, which means we're not getting very much Cermite through. Which means that down here, a lot of it's getting snaffled for making into diagonal inserters and heavy barrels, and so there's even less making it down here to be made into the red crystals, and then come up here to be made into the advanced tesseracts.
None's being taken for diagonal inserters anymore.
The
barrels might still be... Yeah, the barrels are still taking some, but that will be stopping soon as we have the loop between here and Norvis saturated.
Okay, so we're getting fairly close on that one then. That's good to know. And then we're also sending advanced crystals over here to another rocket. Why do we need the rich magic tesseracts on other planets?
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, what for?
At least Spidertrons.
Oh, okay.
Just Spidertrons, actually.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing because we can only fit 10 of them in a rocket. That's really bizarre. You can fit how many? You can fit 100 science enhancer machines in a rocket, or you can fit 10 of the advanced tesseracts, and it takes mumble tesseracts to make an advanced science machine. It takes 5 of them to make a science machine. So, I was not to reason why.
Well, presumably the science enhancer machines are pushing the tesseracts together, but normally they're electrically charged or something and repel each other. So if they're just in a rocket, there's no containment, and
especially if it's only a glass rocket, so it's a bit brittle. Yeah. We'll let carry on making up silly justifications. Yeah.
So to mention, one of the magic glass machines stopped running because the output was backed up.
Okay.
That it couldn't output onto. I've upgraded some of the belts to green to try and help.
Yeah, probably worth doing.
Yeah, it does. See the
Yeah.
left-hand side there. That wasn't the one that backed up. It was this one that backed up, which is outputting to the right-hand side of the belt. So.
Okay. Well, fine. Good. If it does seem to be. We have a healthy amount coming out here. We have it's not a solid blue belt, but it sometimes pretends to be for a moment or two. These are silly recipes because they are a 6-to-1 recipe. 6 stone makes 1 magic glass and 1 stone, but to make things more difficult, they're actually 300 to 50 to 50. Which means that you have these massive quantities of output produced each time the machine runs, and that makes it harder to empty it out, basically. So it is made a bit more complicated by having silly numbers on the inserters there. But still, the system is mostly working, and I'm cautiously optimistic. And also slightly laggy. I'm down to 30-something UPS, even on this planet.
Mark?
Yes.
Would you like to go through this logic with me so I haven't fucked anything up?
Okay.
Do you want to do it in the other channel?
Yeah, I was about to kick you from this one for swearing, because apparently that's the thing I do now.
Oh, balls.
Okay, yeah, sure, kind of.
What was I trying to say? Right, I was going to... So, yeah, irregular belt speeds would have been a bit of a pain, but they'd have gone up by sort of known percentages, and it would have been totally worth it for the extra throughput and so on. I was grumbling a little bit about Foundry earlier, because the belt speeds are given in items per minute, and most of the recipes are given in items per second, so I keep having to try and convert between them, and they're not nice multiples of 60, and it really bugs me. We've put 1 or 2 diagonal inserters down just for the comedy value and to have a look at them and see how they work, and they do exactly what you would expect. I think they've all been picked up again now because I can't see any.
Yeah.
But yeah, they will take from one point, they'll put diagonally opposite to them. So yeah, there's some over here. they look even more cursed when they're not doing anything somehow. Yeah, so they will pick up, yeah, like that. Ooh, they're quite slow.
No, they're blue inserters.
Okay.
There's only one item there.
Oh, right, so they're waiting to see if more
It's
items will
waiting for
appear.
the stack
Okay,
size.
yeah, that makes sense. There we go. I changed the stack sizes on them.
Oh, right, okay.
Right, anyway, yeah, endless fun. So that is the diagonal inserters. Yeah, it looks slightly more clock-like now. Oh yeah, that's a thought. You could you know, we should do. What am I trying to do? Right, so that goes to there. Then, oh no, there isn't room for that. That goes to there. That one goes down to. That should be down 1 actually. That should be across 2. And down 2. That was 3. Learn to count game. Stop it. There we go. That goes there and there and there and there and then there and there. And there we go. There we've got a. It's a clock, but it's going the wrong way. So it's a clock that's been built by Mike. Need to make these go a little bit faster. Endless fun. Right. So what were we talking about? Yeah. So it is a little bit cursed. Yes. But now we can, yes, Tristan can stand in the middle of the circuit, and be and think about what he has done in allowing us to make diagonal inserters, because it's obviously entirely his fault. So yes, we are mostly finished on this planet. So we've come up with a plan that we're not going to start using things from this planet until we've done the next planet, to give buffers a chance to fill up. So we've got decent numbers of these magic science production machines, magical inserters, and whatever else built up. Although I think that's been kind of ignored, and we've already got some magic fluid being taken over to Norvis. What's going on over here?
We have it being transferred. We're not doing anything with it.
Oh, okay. So we just bring the fluid in and stockpiling.
That transfer is going to take quite a while. If you go over to the science area,
there's like 700 in each tank. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now we could ship off 5k or 10k at a time to the science areas. It'd be completely fine.
Yeah, it goes quite a long way. You use 2 for each time the science runs, so that's 2 for every 2.5 science packs. So it's less than 1 per science pack. So yeah, sending over a few thousand would be a few thousand science packs. In fact, so you're absolutely right. And then we're shipping the heavy barrels over to here, so they can be shipped back up and sent round again. And eventually, we'll have a nice loop of them, and we can stop using quite so many tesseracts.
Yep.
Regular inserter, long-handed inserter, stack inserter, diagonal inserter, biopowers combined, I'm Captain Spaghetti. Yes, the weird inserter ritual that we've got going on here. Now we just need to have a bigger one that uses long-handled inserters as well. In the middle. Is difficult.
Pipe in the way.
Oh, well, the pipe's going to have to move then, isn't it? Oh, this should go the other way.
That can go away. I don't care about it. It is a pointless build. There's a lot of green circuits in there.
I guess that was the point of it. Right, do you want to give feed the outer ring as well? Okay, so with the slower inserters, we've got the minute hand and the hour hand.
Yes, this is how clocks work.
Yes, absolutely. Oh dear. Does inserter spaghetti count as al dente? Maybe. Yeah, I was about to do that. Great minds. Right. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad we've got that sorted out now.
I heard you guys are laughing. I want to be part of it.
Ping.
Oh, that is fun.
It's a new form of inserter dance.
It's unique because we now have diagonal inserters.
Yes. Can you get? Oh, here. Oh no, get in the way of the. I was going to put a ring of diagonal inserters in with the ring of blue inserters in the middle, but then they get in the way of the blue inserters being able to put things down. So
when do we get diagonal belts?
I don't know. I haven't seen them yet in the mod list, but you never know.
Because this isn't really cutting it anymore, you know.
Some say stranger things have happened. No, the central one's running in the right direction. They're alternating. So so the inner one goes clockwise, and the middle one goes anti-clockwise, and the outer one goes clockwise again. Some say stranger things have happened.
I was wondering about adding something like this.
What have you just done? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's even more cursed. Now my brain hurts. Quagor says this looks like Bob's inserters, but with extra steps. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. I can't really argue. Yeah. I noticed that green circuits now seem to be our the green circuits seem to be a limiting factor. Blue circuit. Oh, I see. We've been launching rockets, so we've been using blue circuits. So suddenly we don't have enough green circuits. So suddenly we don't have enough copper. Oh well. Never mind. Let's just bury our heads in the sand and run away and hide. Yeah. So that's what's been going on out on Igrys. It is a silly place. Meanwhile, over on Norvis, yes, Norvis is much less silly because we have far fewer bots flying around here doing nonsense. What is going on here?
I'm about to separate the networks, so I want to pull the construction bots out of the mall area. Right.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. There is logic behind the weirdness. Just to the west, Tristan. Suddenly a load of roboports appeared now. I saw the bots going out to build them, and I went, "What's going on here?" And then
so you're going to tell them to all request
a bajillion.
Oh, they flew out of all of them up to that one.
Yeah.
Here they come. Here they come. Oh
200,
boy.
350. Oh Lord, they coming, as the saying goes.
What's going to happen down
here?
It's just producing more and more.
Well, I mean, as soon as they enter the roboports, nothing's going to happen.
You're about to cut them apart.
Well, when I cut them, I will adjust that beforehand, of course. But as soon as they go into their roboports now, this should stop outputting.
Oh yeah, it's because suddenly all the robots were in the air, so there weren't any available construction bots.
Yeah.
Now they've all landed in the port, so we've. Bot noise intensifies. Oh, Quagor is saying if you set requested bots to 0 in the mall, that should get rid of them. I didn't realise you could do a maximum as well. They all seem to have left now, though, anyway, so it's probably okay.
It doesn't give a maximum, but it doesn't give the minimum and maximum.
Yes.
Bar.
No. So we don't know at this point. However, it does look like all the construction bots have left.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to before we split the networks. There are some things to do still, but
okay. But that was on the list. Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sort of paranoidly looking at my checking the things I've built up recently. Like, we're still making lube. There's still more lube going in. But we have so much lube in this factory. It's crazy.
Mark.
Yes.
Big slippery mess.
You said that you would like a symmetrical thing here.
Mm-hmm.
How about we put the mall requester on the other side?
Ooh.
That was. I'm not sure whether that was an ooh or an ooh. It was somewhere in between,
No,
which sounds about
I like
right.
it. Yeah. No, I like it. Yeah.
Because that would all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because then we wouldn't need the whole
Yep.
thing with all the chests and
Yeah, I like it.
I'll add it to the list.
How many stacks do I wish to be? Oh, available for the rest of the factory. Okay. Right, I have finished the things I was doing. It is 11:30 though, so I probably shouldn't start doing something else. What else is there? What else are we in the middle of that I can go and poke at and maybe sort of investigate? Or I should check on Lignumis because I've not done that this stream and see how things are going. Well, we're launching science packs, so that's going nicely. How many do we have in here? 38. I do wonder if Lignumis is not generating science packs quickly enough anymore because the our rate of science has crept northwards somewhat, and we're making 2.7 a second, and we're doing 235 per minute. But we have some productivity bonuses in there, so I don't know what that comes out to. Probably...
It's doing better than Maluna for what's on Norvis.
Okay.
It's doing better than Blue Science.
Okay, that's all right then, I suppose. Okay, as long as it's not the limiting factor, I won't worry about it too much. But it is getting launched basically as fast as it's being built. So yeah, take that as you will. Blue circuit production there's 123 in the box. Blue circuit production woefully inadequate. So yeah, maybe at some point a big rebuilding effort on Lignumis to make blue circuits in crazy quantities and to make steam science in slightly larger quantities, like, I don't know, 20 a second or something like that, may be worthwhile. I think one of the things we might do before we go off to Cubium or wherever the next planet turns out to be is go around and do some upgrades and do a bit of maintenance on some of the planets. So we've been kind of doing that as we go along with Norvis, where we've been building things up as we go. So we've got things like foundries in over here to make things better. We haven't got anything we want to put in on. Well, technically. No, we haven't got anything available to put in on Vulcanus yet, because the only new tech we've got is the advanced science production machines, and we're not allowed to use them yet because we need to go off to the next planet first. Maluna needs a mod upgrade, and that is going to break a lot of things. So at some point, we're going to upgrade Maluna to the next version of whatever of the Maluna mod, and then we're going to have to come back out here and make sure that everything's working. I know that the greenhouse recipes have been changed a little bit because I accidentally upgraded and they all broke, but I haven't looked into exactly how and why and what and stuff like that. So we're going to need to do some rebuilding on Maluna. We know that. We may also decide we want to do some improvements as well. So, yes, as somebody pointed out, we probably now have the... no, maybe we don't have the asteroid reprocessing recipes yet. No, we don't seem to have asteroid reprocessing.
Kleber.
Okay, so we don't have asteroid
Vanilla
reprocessing.
it's Kleber, at least.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Well, in Vanilla, Spidertron's Kleber, and it's not in this.
I thought it was much earlier than that. I'm going to have a look in the tech tree because I'm curious. Because asteroid eeny meeny miny. Alternative asteroid processing is metal nanite and anomaly science packs and space science packs. Is that the one I'm looking at for though? No, hang on. Is this one down here? Asteroid reprocessing? No, advanced asteroid processing. There we go. That's the one. It is Kleber. Yes. Did you say? Yeah. It is in fact Kleber. Okay. Sorry. You might have said that. I thought you were saying you were still talking about vanilla.
I was clarifying that it's Kleber in Vanilla.
Okay, it is also Kleber in Planetary Pioneers. So we haven't got that yet, so we won't be doing that rebuild on Maluna at this point. But we might upgrade these to foundries if we can be bothered to ship calcite in here, for example. We may tweak some other things as well. We may put in more science production because apparently this one is one of the slower ones. This is only producing science at the 2 a second that we and when we were originally going for 1 and a bit a second, I think. I don't really remember. So yeah, there's going to be some rebuilding on there. Lignumis, as I was saying, I think is due for a very large rebuild because it's been cobbled onto a little bit a couple of times where we've upgraded. Well, I say Mark upgraded the production of gold to start using the big crushers and foundries because why not? Let's get that a little bit nicer. But we're still growing it over here as the primary source. We can also produce it up here from. Oh, we are producing it up here from the mines as well. So maybe this should be upgraded to foundries too. Or basically, the whole thing needs to be sort of consolidated and tidied and improved and sorted out, so that we don't have so that it's a bit more reasonable, a bit more rational, and most importantly, so that we can start producing blue circuits much more quickly. Because producing blue circuits on Lignumis is a fantastic idea and a fantastic way to do things. We just don't have the throughput of, well, anything on this planet. It needs to be rebuilt pretty much from scratch, which means we need to go out there because we're going to need to go out and squish some wrigglers and basically push the boundaries of the factory further out so we've got more space to do all of these things, and probably go out and capture some more peat patches because at some point we're going to need more peat, and there's a couple of thousand of it down, a couple of million of it down here, and some big gold patches. So maybe if we just sort of push out down to these lakes, that'll be a good place to go to, and it'll give us a nice big area to play in. Oh yeah, and take cliff explosives out here as well. So yeah, it needs some big improvement there. Igrys probably doesn't need any improvements just yet because we haven't got any new techs because we've only just finished it. So that's going to be a little while before we get anything changing on this planet.
It's had its improvements because they were local ones.
Oh, true. Yes, good point. It's used its own machines for improving itself. That's true.
Which are weird because they were. You have to get science back to Norvis, and then you can use the machine from this planet.
Yeah, Vulcanus wasn't quite like that, was it? Vulcanus, you didn't need to ship anything in order to get the foundries. It was
No.
the big mining drills. You got that from making a foundry. You got foundries from foundries from digging up, from making some tungsten carbide, and you got the ability to make tungsten carbide from beating up a big rock. So yeah, you go out there, you punch a rock, that gets you some tungsten ore. You make tungsten carbide out of that by cooking it in a basic machine. That gets you foundries, which then gets you big mining drills, and then you can go nuts on that planet. And then after all of that, you can then finally start making tungsten, and that allows you to make the science pack and ship it back. So yes, you're quite right. There's a very different approach there, which is is nice. It's one of the things I like about the mod and the different planets is that they're all a bit weird and different, and there's variety in there and stuff like that.
Mark?
Yes.
What number of bots do you think you would want to have in the 2 separate networks? Right
I'd say
now,
like-
the novice is total for 15,000 construction and 10,000 logistic.
We need
It should have been
10
20,000.
construction.
It
We need
was, earlier it was around 19,000 and a bit construction bots, so I'd say go 15,000 in the outer section, 15 or 17,000. But for
Do we
UPS
really
sake, we
need
can limit
2,000
it to
construction bots
10,000.
in the mall?
No, we don't. But I would say go 15,000 outside, and the rest we can even put into chests.
Yeah, I mean, so the base number is 15. However, when it gets below 10%, it also requests.
No, we don't need that logic. I think outside.
I think that's nice because then it automatically grows as we're using it. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think-
but no, we don't want to do that because each bot limits our UPS and.
Oh, that's true.
I'd rather-
Actually, that's a good point.
So-
Yes.
I'd rather limit it to a hard 15k.
Yeah,
That's
I
my
think.
logic. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Mark's logic is also quite logical.
Yeah. And because we don't need them constantly, and when do we need 15K bots if we rip up some old build and didn't clean up the stations up front? So having
Okay.
the bots carrying
Sure.
around a lot of plates or something, and we don't want to scale up the available roles on
In
that.
that case, so here is the logic. I have changed it to a yellow one, so it doesn't take into consideration the percentage of available ones, and only then does the hard-coded 15K construction. And how about 2K logistics in the outside network? Is that all right?
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
What are the logistics ones doing on the outside?
Bringing the
Yes.
There are a
landing pad
few
stuff
things.
from Volcanos, basically, or the all exotic machines and bells and stuff from the landing pad.
At which point, there should be a request in one of the roboports up here to have a couple of hundred logistic bots,
Yeah,
just so that they make their way back here
Yep.
for the next one.
That is a good point. It is only 240 per minute up there, which is 4 per second, which is still slightly more than we're producing Steam Science packs. And Steam Science goes into basically everything, so we might need to make these slightly faster at some point if we want to keep going at this speed. Space Science does not go into everything. It's not going into copper plate productivity, so that's going to give Maluna a chance to catch up. We'll see what else we run out of. So over here, yes.
All right, one mark. And how many do you want then inside of the smaller area? Do we need construction? We need a few construction, but not a lot,
Yeah, I'd say like 1,000 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, but then also we do have a 12% boost to productivity over here, so that's slightly better than that. But yeah, Steam Science seems to be the one that we are most short of out of, with the possible exception of Mineral. 7.3k, 5.6. Yeah, Steam Science is genuinely the one we have the fewest of.
Yeah, it's dropped down lower now. Yeah.
Yeah, because we've used loads of it and not been using the Space Science, so that's picking up. So yeah, okay. Well, that's another thing we can improve when we go out to improve Maluna. Then I guess it is slightly less than 4 a second, yes. But when we're only making 2.7 per second, that's less than 4% minus 12%. Maths.
Mark, I think I would be ready to separate the networks then.
Yeah, cool.
Do I just pull the plug, or Laurence, do you wanna?
I shall come over and turn. Oh, okay. I was going to say I shall come over and turn on the thing, but I can. Yeah, I can delete. Is that one? Do you want me to delete that one roboport at the top? I presume. Bip.
And then we'll have a scapegoat in case things go bad.
This is where you say, no, not that roboport.
Oh my God, Laurence, not that one! Jeez.
Oh no!
What were you thinking?
Oh, there goes the bot, and bink, there we go. This is now completely separated all the way around, including up this very narrow gap along the side here, from the other roboport. So, yeah, if I mouse over here, you can see that we only get a group, we don't get a highlight going outside. If I had to go over here, we don't get a highlight going inside. So, yeah, we now have completely separated mall area from the rest of the factory, and this is going to cause all kinds of headaches, I'm sure. Especially we don't have anything to produce at the moment, so we're over here. We need to start sending requests through here. But now this is ready, presumably ready to. Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
To
Also,
be plugged in, and we
Secure,
can start requesting things.
have a think about the module city connection to the.
Oh yeah, should Module City be connected to the?
Well, I don't know what you guys wanted with that one, so.
Because modules are mostly used in builds, but they do get used a little bit in some of the machines, don't they? So you're going to need some modules to be brought in.
Yeah, we need
some.
Yeah.
And there could actually you could have a bit more of this system, but pointing in the opposite direction for bringing things into the mall from outside.
So I'm removing these two now, and maybe we can just bring these together into one network.
Oh, I see, and then bop them out. Yeah, okay, that could work.
Where? Is there another one? Oh,
There's another one over on the right somewhere. Yeah, where Tristan's looking. I think there must be another one. Yeah, oh, that one, yes. Yeah, that should... I think I should get it.
This one here.
So, by the way, my planet seeding ship is ready.
I noticed there was suddenly a load of chemical plants being launched.
Yeah. So, who's going to the next planet?
Me, I think.
Okay, so yeah, you.
So this ship is going to go and spray seed all over the next planet, you say?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, and it's arrived at Vulcanus already. Unsurprisingly, it has not that far. Okay, cool. So yeah, I see you're requesting basically a bit of pretty much everything. All requests satisfied already. Oh, then it's yeah. Wow. Okay, they all came up very, very quickly. Okay, cool.
So, so now they're connected here.
And suddenly a whole host of
speed module ones
are being brought across.
That's because we've just pulled out all of the assembly threes to go out into the outer what's name. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Right. So I mean, so this is where you guys would add then things you want to be built, right?
Yes.
If you set up a build or whatever it basically is blinking on novice.
Yeah, when you realize something hasn't got built, you need to add it in there. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that's only going to work for 48 things.
Sorry.
That's
only going to work for 48 things because, as you can see, the assembler threes are split across all of the chests.
That's a good point.
That is a good point. We can just add some more chests. That's fine.
In fact, it's going to be worse than that. It's going to work over less than 48 things because some things we're going to ask for multiple stacks of probably, like belts.
Well,
but maybe we shouldn't.
But I mean, it wouldn't be more than 16 belts though.
True. Yeah, I suppose you probably don't need to because they'll be replenished pretty quickly. Yeah. It'll slow down the massive bot surges. In fact, so at that point, we don't actually need 15,000 bots because you'll never be able to grab that many things at once.
Well, the bots flying over to the build area will take a lot longer than the ones in the mall.
True, yeah. HPTD said, "Oh no, that wouldn't work because we've got some yellow chests down here for bringing random stuff that gets picked up and dropping it back into the storage systems in the mall. But otherwise, yes, having a purple on the outside and then a load of yellow chests next to it would work quite nicely."
Yeah, that'll help with number of items. And when that becomes a problem, you can add another pair of copies.
There you go.
Dirty hacks. You don't fancy coming up with some sort of clever circuit conditions that sends one thing to each chest?
Oh, no. That would be way too clever.
Yeah, I think I agree. I'm not quite sure how I do that off the top of my head either. Or even off the bottom of my head.
You probably have that entire area where Severia's just put that rail in, covered in combinator stuff for the logic.
Yeah, probably.
Something horrendous.
It would probably be genuinely horrendous, yes. I do agree with that. Okay, well, we won't do that then. Kartoffel is saying, hopes copper plate productivity doesn't cause problems later with planets with mixed ore patches. Yeah, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. We'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Well, we've already researched several, so...
Yeah, if it does cause problems, then we're just going to have to solve those problems somehow. Quagor is still impressed with the description of the ship and what it looks like, especially when yes, well, no comment, no further comment. Okay. So it is getting on for tomorrow. I suggest it might be a good time to stop, especially as we've drawn a line under the mall split thing, because that is now done as far as I'm aware.
Yep.
Does anyone have anything there in the middle of and would like to finish off before we finish?
Yes, I am doing some real signal things.
Okay, well, I'll talk a little bit, but see how you get on. So today has been today was focused on Igrys and getting that finished off, and we've done that. It is now producing science at a decent rate. We can see that all but one of these machines are running, and if I check those, we can see we're producing 1.7 mineral science a second, which is pretty good because quite a lot of the researchers we're doing don't actually need the mineral science, so we can stick some other ones in just to make sure we don't run out of those. And it turns out the steam science is probably going to be the limiting factor anyway, because especially if we start doing things like mining productivity as well. So we can juggle those around, and as long as we try not to do too many Igrian based sciences in a row, we should be okay with that level of supply. And so we've now got, and that means we've now got the toys from this planet being generated. So that's the diagonal inserters and the science enrichment machines over here, or enhancement machines. I've been playing too much Portal. I keep calling them enrichments. I haven't played it for a long time, but that means we've now got a supply of the mineral science being fed out. We've got another potential supply of mineral science. We've got a supply of the magic fluid going away to be, and that's being shipped over so we can use the science enhancement machines on other planets because they require a supply of the fluid. We're also trying to send out a few of the advanced tesseracts and some of the some of the diagonal inserters as well, just to make sure we've got plenty of everything around the rest of the system we could possibly want. And we'll see how we get on with trying to use these things at a later date.
We may have enough barrels now.
Hurrah! Have barrels started to come back then?
Yeah, they've been coming back
so
for a while, but then they dry up between.
Okay, all the magic fluid evaporates out of them. You mean?
Out of the empty ones, yeah.
Yes. Well, they're never going to be quite empty, are they? And so we've also done a bit of work on Norvis. Mark has yet again extended the front line of the city block a bit further up, so we've got more and more.
That was last time.
Oh, okay.
I just added the rail network.
Oh, okay. So he finished off adding a bit more further north. So fine, good. Does that mean we are now thoroughly defending our pollution cloud? I think it does. In fact, most of our pollution cloud is actually inside our walls, let alone inside our artillery range. Hope the artillery is working over here at making sure those guys don't get any funny ideas. Round the top here, it has escaped outside the walls, but it is still inside the artillery range. So again, should be absolutely fine. We've done a few other additions in here. So I did the rocket fuel down here, where we're making rocket fuel at a crazy rate, and then using approximately none of it because it's such a crazy rate. And then also a refinery expansion over here to help cope with that. And that one is actually running. Mostly for making more lube, I think. Although we do seem to be we are taking away some petroleum gas as well. So we are getting through some of the resources over here. We still haven't filled up on lube completely. And there's been some more stuff as well. So there's the Covarex system that was down bottom centre somewhere. Here we go. I think was this Sphere? Yes, Sphere has improved Covarex, so we've got oodles and oodles of shiny uranium coming out here, and at least some dull uranium coming in at the top, and hopefully coming out at the bottom as well. I worry slightly that we're not going to have enough of this coming through, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, looking at this, it does look like the Covarex system is capable of taking in all of the 238 that's being produced by the centrifuges from the ore. So I don't think we're going to get any coming out of the bottom. So that might be slightly problematic. We may need to split that at some point, or think about it in some way. We'll see how we get on with it. As you saw very recently, we've now separated off the Roboport networks over here. So we've got our mall area where everything is built is now self-contained. So the logistics bots won't try and fly off across the entire world. And we're going to pull out the bits and pieces that we actually need for construction, and apparently some logistics bots as well, out into the boxes over here. Lovely. Have I missed anything that anyone would like to talk about? Oh, well, there's Mark's new spaceship as well, which will carry all the things we need to drop down on new planets to supply them with everything they could possibly want in order to get started. And then we'll flit off and go and pick up more of any of those things and make sure we always have plenty of everything we need.
The original idea was for the shape, let's say, was originally from our K2SE ships. because they were like arrow shaped, and then I just wanted to make it a bit more fun.
A bit more fun, you say? Okay, good. Yeah, definitely. It's a bit more fun. HPTD thinks you need a bit more lube on the seeding ship. Oh dear. Regular says we should use a Selectro combinator in order to put different things into different chests. I'm intrigued. I don't know. I haven't played with those, so I don't know how they work. But sounds interesting, and maybe worth looking into. So yeah.
If you do that on the main output, and then you need to, because we're not wanting to request things all the time. It gets a bit more complicated, but it should be doable.
Well, but the whole point is that this is basically controlled chaos. Like, it doesn't really matter what is in what boxes. It just sorts itself out.
Yeah,
it's the beauty of it. It's just the simplicity of it, you know.
Yeah, yes, but also no. Kartoffel is saying, will they ever see me design a space platform? Probably. Yes, I expect so. I'm not sure when, but I'll actually, given that the next planet is going to be mine, and this ship is designed simply for going out and doing the initial seeding on the planets, I probably shouldn't. I should probably be the one building the ship that will then do the sort of the space freighter for going out to it and collecting the science packs and bringing them back again, and any other things that have to go in the opposite direction. So yeah, I'll probably design that one, and I think I'll probably do it from scratch just for fun, and see what shape that one ends up being. We will see how that goes. And the other two, we've got the dynamic storyteller was pretty much a copy paste, or is very very heavily based on the Richard Dean Anderson. They both have this sort of
copy paste and modified.
Yeah, copy paste and modified. Maybe I'll design probably design my own from scratch just to be different. But it's going to be.
Mike's ship is also different.
Oh, that's true. The righteous. Yeah, Mike made a ship that is somewhat ludicrous.
Blocky.
because he is Mike, and he's also somewhat ludicrous. So there are definitely other designs available. I think mine will probably end up being a fairly similar concept to the dynamic storyteller, but due to if I build it separately, then it's going to end up being a little bit different in implementation, just due to being built differently, I suppose. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, at some point I'll probably design one. The only thing is, I'm aware that going through long design processes on stream tends not to be the most interesting thing for me to be doing, shall we say? So I often try and. So maybe I'll design one between streams and then come and say, "Thump! Here is my blueprint that I designed," and then talk through how it works and stuff like that. That's a very good point, Kartoffel. Yes, diagonal inserters could be quite helpful on a space platform because they tend to be fairly cramped. And the alternative is just make it enormous so you don't have to worry too much about things being cramped. And I think in my last run, my very last final space platform was I made bigger and just built as I normally would on a planet. Every single other one was crammed in as tightly as possible to try and use as little resource as possible.
It just feels like the right thing to do with the spaceship. Make it as small as possible.
Yeah,
it doesn't need to be, but
yeah,
it feels right.
But it feels right. It feels right because you want it to be sort of dynamic. You want it to be aerodynamic and efficient and so on. And you also feel that if you're paying for all of the land that you're building, you kind of want to use as little of it as possible. Especially early on, when a lot of when the spaceship flooring tends to be kind of expensive. Now I think we've got to a point now that we don't really have to worry about costs anymore, which is why nobody shouted at Mike for building this thing. But even so, there's still sort of that feeling of wanting to try and be a little bit efficient. Exactly, Quago. Yes, I have spent in the Space Age stream. I spent quite a lot of time tinkering with my ship designs, trying to get them to be trying to get them to work as well as possible. Really, so yeah. Smaller spaceship designs are faster, except that you can put more engines on the back of bigger ships and have all the resources to keep those engines running. So.
I think someone on Discord was saying that as long as you have engines all the way along the back, you're going the same. The speed is the same. Or something like that.
Huh.
It's
right.
Basically, it's the width of it matter is the. Now,
the width of it has most of the effect on speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And.
So if you made an incredibly long, thin pencil, it would be very, very efficient on fuel and just as fast as as this thing, as this brick.
I believe that was the suggestion.
That was what they were claiming. Okay. Whereas regular is saying that smaller spaceships are faster since speed equals weight equals foundation. So that goes against what you're saying. I don't know who to believe.
What you're saying is size matters.
Weight matters.
Okay.
Length doesn't matter. Width probably matters. Power also matters.
So we're agreeing that width matters. We're disagreeing on, well, my memory is disagreeing with what regular's saying for length.
Quago says it's 80% width, 20% weight.
Okay.
So weight is much less important. But if you made a pencil, then it might have some adverse effect. It might be a little bit slower. Okay, well, that's... I should probably not make a pencil because it's too difficult to plumb the belts around in it. Okay, so it is now actually after tomorrow, so I think this is now a good time to call an end to the stream. So thank you very much for watching. I will be back on Wednesday, so please come along and join me for that, because I should be playing some more Foundry. I built up my first assembly line to make the big robots last time, and I realised there are a few things that probably I could have done differently and will do differently in the next one. So yeah, there'll be some slight changes on that one, but the basic design seems to be quite good. So I think the next stream is going to be making more of the little drones and the big robots and seeing what other crises pop up. They haven't quite got to the point of putting trains into the game yet, so I won't need to do that massive explosion of other stuff. So, please come along to watch that one. It should be a good stream, and I'll get on with all of that. There'll be videos coming out Thursday and Friday as usual, so keep an eye out for those. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel so you don't miss out on anything. And if you're watching on Twitch, I shall go off and find somebody to try and raid as soon as the stream ends. So please stick around. It'd be nice to go off and invade somebody else's stream and see how things go. Have I remembered my shopping list window? It's over there in a notepad somewhere on the windowsill. So yes, I've got that. I had forgotten that it existed, but I might have remembered when I started the stream. So thank you for the reminder, regular. Oh, Radagast points out that Foundry's trains will be in the beta branch soon. That's a good point. Yes, that was in the Foundry Friday Facts, or whatever they call it. So yes, maybe one of the things I should do is, as soon as the trains are available, is I should pick up the beta and have a play with them and see what I think, and see if I can provide any useful feedback for them. Yeah, I think that'd be very worthwhile. So when they are available, I shall do a special Foundry stream where I'll be playing around with the trains, and then I'll go back to my previous game afterwards and carry on from where I got to. That's a very good idea. Thank you for the suggestion. Right. Okay, I think that's everything. Please make sure you're subscribed, following, all that good stuff. Let's go off and find someone to raid. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Goodbye, Radagast, Regular, HP, Quagor, Areo, Kartoffel, and that's everyone I can see on the screen, so I'll scroll back. And goodbye to the people I'm actually playing with as well. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, chat.
Okay, who should we go and raid? Have I muted everything I'm supposed to mute? No, I haven't. There we go. I've muted everything I'm supposed to mute. Right, let's go find somebody to go and go and see what they're up to. So, is there anyone? Firstly, followers. Is there anyone I'm following? We watched some Minecraft last time. Let's not go there. Let's have a look for Factorio and see who's playing Factorio and are they playing anything interesting? And ideally, are they playing Planetary Pioneers? Probably not, I suspect. I have no idea who to choose. Let's go for the one at the top. That looks like a reasonable one. They seem to have some people playing. Some people already watching, so that's maybe a good sign. Right, let's go. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. And, oh no, I need to wait 10 seconds after clicking the Raid Now button before we can actually go in. They're at least playing Space Age, so that's going to be something suitable. And it sounds like they're doing some sort of big base. Here we go. Yep.